The button. Wonderful. Oh, man. I do not feel good. Hello. I do not feel good at all. You got first again. The balance in the universe is reset. It's okay. It's okay. The streak was broken a few times, but I got like something that I'll listen on the walk from the gym. How are you? Everyone in my family is sick, and I'm feeling worse and worse. I think it's explained the rating dip because I have slept over the past 24 hours like 13, and I'm still tired. That's usually not a sign of good things. It's usually a sign of bad things, in fact. Why did I play knight f6? You're supposed to wait. I played this wrong. I'm supposed to wait on the knight move until after he moves his knight. Hey, welcome, Shaz. Welcome to the cause. Come on. Yeah, because see, now this is slightly worse. That's the theoretical part of my car exam tonight. Hey, that's huge. Congrats, man. That's pain. I respect it. Miserable. I already have 2 takes about RAM. Ooh. You haven't even finished it and you already have 2 takes. That's like a new record or something. Chessboard messed up. Let me fix. I think I know what the problem is. I do know what the problem is. Thank you. Fixed it. Playing terrible. I'm just playing bad chess. Here. If takes we're down a piece, so I can't do that. I'll go here. First takes, they could easily cut out songs 1, 2, and 4 to immediately fix the album. Whoa, that is a take. No problem. Do it. Because it was short the album and cut out the songs I find particularly boring. Whoa, that is a take. That is definitely a take. 1, 2, and 4. Right? Let me just. I've been listening through RAM as you have because I find it more fun that way. Let me just make sure. I kind of like 1. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of like 1. 2, I think we could drop 2. And I would be okay with dropping 4. 3 is a banger, no complaints. 3 is amazing. Georgia by Marauder, or however you pronounce that, is like one of my favorite songs of all time. I love that song. And the features go hard. The features do go hard. This is true. Again, I would cut out 2 and 4 within a heartbeat. 1, I would be a little sadder about losing, but 2 and 4 I would definitely remove. I don't care for those as much, but that's just a take. I expect nothing less. I'm not even down a pawn. That's just fine. I'm not even down a pawn. He has a worse pawn structure. I've reduced the big counterplay that's always really scary. Honestly, this is not terrible. Okay, that's fair. So you're not doing like a whole album take yet because you haven't listened to the whole album. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like bishop a6 plays itself. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. No, it's fine. There's no checks, right? Most part of an album I wouldn't necessarily go back to in its entirety. You know what? I could see that. No, I told you. For me, I didn't expect you to love Random Access Memories because it's not the type of album you would normally listen to. However, it's iconic. You're definitely not going to hate it, right? I know the type of albums you dislike. You're not going to dislike it. That LSCP, that one was just kind of... I knew you were going to have a negative opinion. I was just curious what kind of negative opinion you're going to have. But you're not going to hate it. Yeah, no. It's definitely a very weird and experimental song. and one that only lends itself to replaying if you already like that type of music. So I'm not, again, that doesn't surprise me in the least. And that else element. Okay, I thought you weren't going to love it, but I felt it had some interesting ideas, and that was enough for me to justify listen. In hindsight, I'm really not a fan of it. You know what? Fair enough. In hindsight, it should have been more obvious that you would have hated it. However, you live and learn, right? I won't recommend you anything like that in the future, moving forward. Again, for now, Random Access Memories, and then Harry Chapin. This is so far away. If you have anything, again, Harry Chapin. I would do Gold Collection, but I know you said you don't like collections. But Harry Chapin's difficult because he's more of a singles artist. You know, to my knowledge, he doesn't really make full albums that are like albums. He was more so a singles artist, and when he was alive, he was very much focused on the live aspect of music as well. But that's, you know, less relevant since he's no longer alive. If I had to guess, here would be my guess. Here would be my guess. My guess would be, I was listening to some Harry Chapin earlier today, actually, because I got nostalgic. My guess would be either Greatest Stories Live, or what's the other one I was thinking of? Or the Gold Medal Collection. I would really guess it would be one of those two. Which one of those two, I don't know. But I would really expect it to be one of those two. Because the Gold Medal Collection just has, like, all of the hits. Like, all of his most famous songs. And then Greatest Stories is a live album, and it is an album. So it has the live aspect, which Harry Chapin was known for having really good concerts. Just because he really loved performing. And it also has a ton of his best songs. It's missing a few that I really like, but either way, I mean, I don't think it'll be your favorite album or favorite artist of all time, but Life by 0.01. Okay, wait. Bottom Line Encore. Let me see what. By 0.01. That shows that there's Short Stories is also probably good. Let me see. Taxi Story, Mercenaries, Better Place to Be. That's a good one. Mr. Tanner, W.L. Linus. So the current sequels. You know what? I could see that. Bottom Line Archive series is misses. It's missing a few of my favorites. Like, it's missing Tangled Up Puppet, which I love. Tangled Up Puppet. I just love the sound of that one. It's missing Tangled Up Puppet, which is why I can't call it better. Which actually, Tangled Up Puppet isn't even on Greatest Stories either, so never mind, I take it back. And as albums, yeah, but again, the problem, well, Sniper is rough. Anyway, the problem is that, again, Harry Chapin was never really an album artist as much as he was a singles artist and a performance artist. So, while I'm not going to say any of them are going to be bad, let's see what's on other love songs. Sniper love songs. Let me see what's on. Sniper, okay. Used to be. I haven't heard a lot of these, not gonna lie. But I mean, I've never heard a Harry Chapin song I didn't like, to be fair. So I doubt you're gonna get out of it bad. And I know Sniper's a good song, and I know Better Place to Be is a good song. Well, yeah, but none of this is urgent, you know. Harry Chapin is unlikely to drop a new album anytime soon, so you're in no rush. But yeah, I would probably recommend Greatest Stories Live if you were going to listen to the Harry Chapin something. Well, that's good at least. That's a good problem to have, especially if you're trying to do the you're trying to get all that music down in a year. Why not both? Genius. Again, I mean, and I mean, you don't even have to Harry Chapin in general because he would object to me even calling him a musician. Harry Chapin was always adamant that he was never a musician. He was a storyteller. Which that's the most Harry Chapin thing you could possibly say. So he always complained. Well, he did make music, I guess. I'm just saying what he said. I am about to get into classification of music. I already talk about music too much for such a topic that could get so harsh. But if I start getting into classification, then I'm done. Is an 8 not a high 8 or of a solid 8? So a high is a high 8, right? So like a really high 8. And just make sure I understand this correctly. Oh, it's a high 8? Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I could see that, honestly. I could see that. I told you, Ram's not going to be your favorite album. You just don't like the genre, which is fair play. But you were never going to dislike Ram. It's too pretentious for you to ever dislike it. Hello, Void. Some mates, but like, yeah, Nate is broad. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Did you miss me? So if I said a little, it would be parasocial, so I'm not going to say a little. I know, right? That's my point. Like, come on. And that's a hard one because most of the time, if it's like a really highly rated album, you can like call it mid and be more pretentious than when you started. But with Ram, it's hard. Oh, of course not. See, that's what I mean. Even with Radiohead, I would say it's easier to call Radiohead mid than it is to call Ram mid. How did the shampoo thing go? It's going pretty well. I'm now moving on to using apple cider vinegar a little bit less often because you're not supposed to use it as frequently as I have been. And so I'm a little bit greasier than I normally try to be, but it's not the end of the world, to be honest. Welcome back, Octo. Radiohead may not get killed online. Yeah. Where doing that with Ram is hard. Ram just has such a good reputation, but in a very Ram sort of way. Started playing chess again? Oh yeah? Why is that? Desperation or what? Alabama? Is that a football thing? Definitely a game that happened. I don't really watch football. That's college football. Well, I don't watch NFL, so you're even less likely to get me with something like college football. Was it a big deal? I only follow vaguely because of the NFL draft. It's so funny. I was tired of it for a while, but now I'm playing more. What brought you back? Other than obviously me and my content, which I know that's the real answer, but I'm giving you a chance to, bring up something else as well. Sack the rook for draw chances. Too late. It's kind of the boogeyman that fell off. It's like the Dolphins or something. Or like, I mean, I feel like every team was good at one point. Alabama. Washington Wolverines. See, all this feels like, except the Cleveland Browns aren't. Okay, wait. The Browns are, I know, are terrible in the normal NFL, but how are you doing? I'm exhausted and sick, so I don't know why I'm playing rated chess. You should stop me, guys. Why are you letting me continue playing rated chess? Yeah. Just playing rated after. We're gonna. But I just like rated chess too much. I feel like there's some stakes. The Falcons. I've heard about the Falcons as well. You're addicted? I object to the use of addicted, but only because I don't like it. I have no rational response as to why I'm not addicted. I mean, you want to stop playing like I do? Like you stop or like you don't stop? Completely changes the sentence. I need to listen to that album. You keep saying it's so good, but should I term obsessed? No, what's the tweet? What's the tweet? Give me a second, let me find the tweet. Here we go. Can't wait to gamble today. Literally shaking. That's called dedication. That's where I am. That's what I'm doing. That's where I am with this. That's called dedication. And then, buddy, I've been gambling every day for 20 plus years. It's all I think about, and I still haven't gotten addicted, so I doubt it's happening. That's what we're doing it. That's exactly me when I chess. Are you what they call a nerd? Who's they? And the fact that I asked that question means the answer is yes. I'm making it easy for you. That was a little joke. The answer is yes because I asked. That's the nerdiest possible way to answer that, is asking who they is. That addicted. You know what? Yes. Benefits of playing against these 2Ks. They aren't amazing at playing against the isolated pawn, or playing with the isolated pawn. Beg to differ? Then beg. B6 knight looks sad, that's the point. Will do. $92? $92's possible. I'm going to play that at some point. I kind of want to get my rook to a more active square first, though, but I'm not sure which rook. That's my only decision point currently. The knight's pretty good on this square. And I don't see a reason to be afraid of him taking this, for example. It's not remotely scary. Take with queen and thought of f3, but I feel like it's a bad move. F3 is only bad for one reason. I very much strongly considered f3. F3 is only bad for one reason. F3 is bad because of the e3 pawn becoming weak and this diagonal weakening. Well, that's two reasons, but you get my point. So if if I didn't have this pawn was like here instead, then f3 would be more justifiable. Even then, it's the pin. This also is pretty nice. 3 blocks bishop, it does let knight go to f3. Well, it does, but neither one of those is as critical because the bishop's already doing a decent enough job long term. But I'm telling you, the weakening of the e3 pawn is much more scary to me. I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to take with queen. And I'm going to do stuff, something like that. That's what I'm going to do. Maybe it's bad, but... Hey, Ronnie. Thought you got b6, but it gives life to the b6 knight. b4, you mean? Yeah, no. b4 is definitely not good. Okay, give me a second. Okay, you got it. I like the instrumentation already. You know, maybe knight h4 would have been good. Nah, but then queen here and I have to trade. And then when I trade, he takes with pawn and blocks my knight from f3 again. Here we go. Pushing report for chess.com managed me gave me 35 points instead. Based. wait. Real? Is that real? Hold on a second. A4, A5, 4, rook C1. That's what I'm playing. And again, this is a rated game, so I prefer you not to give me suggestions right now. This is actually, I actually really do like this song. I'm enjoying this. No worries, Void. Hello, Norwegian. Wait, so they gave you 35 points when a streamer accused you of cheating? That's why I love chess.com, man. Pixar didn't happen? I believe it. That's the funniest possible response. I mean, A5 is actually really difficult to stop. That's what's funny about this position. I mean, I could play A5 anyway. What does this actually do for his position? He has to go back to D7. And then I take the rook first. Maybe after A5 he takes the rook. Maybe that's his play. Yeah, that's definitely what he's trying to do. In which case, I guess I take his rook first. He has to take back with rook, and then I play A5, and we get the same thing, and he's down a pawn. Am I miscalculating? Oh, I will do. I don't know how to send a pick. Just in the Discord is usually what people do, but you don't have to. Rexbor is being his usual meta-ironic sense. Meta-ironic self is what I should have said. This looks like a pawn. Do I have math exam 2 days? Yes. Should I practice my trig right now? Yes. Am I going to practice retreat today? No, absolutely not. You know what? As a college student, I completely agree with this decision. Hello, Yusuf. Submitting my required assignment 20 minutes after the due date. Let's go. Literally me. We can take that one more repeat. Opponents has violated our fair play policy. Eventually, unfair rating losses we just your fallen ratings. Sheesh, that's sick. That's sick. Procrastinating is so much fun. So much fun. Also, yeah, chess.com being based. Common chess.com W. And now my knight can come to d4 without blocking my rook. Ooh, this position gets better the more I look at it. Actually, I'm going to go here. I know I was just talking about getting my knight to d4, but I actually want my rook on b4 more. I should study? I just can't. No, I agree. I agree. It is stupid, but I agree. Chess.com went villain mode? That's not even villain mode. That's anti-hero mode. I'm telling you. Chess.com just, they've got a good marketing department. And I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but you can have a good marketing department. A good marketing department will make people like your brand more, not less, which is what's so difficult to comprehend because we are inundated with bad marketing departments. You know? You like only see. You like only see bad marketing. And so when you see good marketing, you're like, wait, hold on a second. I didn't cheat. I believe you. Think about opening. Really the best for white skin, navy or black. Okay. Sure. Sure. I kind of want to play f4. That looks dumb though. It's a good dumb move. Or I mean, I could bring the knight around the world. That looks fun. Scandinavian I just disagree with on a spiritual level, and the Rui I know nothing about. Now, I'm fine with the Rui, but the Scandinavian I just philosophically disagree with it. I actually want to move this here or here. Here. I allegedly play the Rui. You remember I went through it? I allegedly. No. Challenging me with openings I normally wouldn't play or wouldn't want to play is not a bad thing. It's actually a very good thing for my chess. I'm just annoyed because it's like the studying thing where it's like, oh, I know I should be doing this already, but I'm not, and I want to be let not. You know what I mean? Scandi isn't bad though. I just don't like it. Why would you play it? Unless you don't. Everything invite based Magnus. I'm going to be testing trig, mathematical series, problem solving, and integrals, and like a bunch of stuff within those categories. So about 300 pages, which is fun. Oh, yuck. I've been gone for so many classes. Oh, yuck. I've done that. Not fun. Maths is just terrible. It's terrible. It's just horrible. I'm going to go here first. No, I can't because I'm in check. They have big chance for a draw, but I don't want a big. See, this is my point, Void. This is my problem. Do you know me as a chess player? I despise drawing with my entire soul. I'll play for a draw if I'm losing, but in any other position, I will be fighting tooth and nail to not draw. You know what I mean? So the Scandy's like, oh, I'm going to play for a draw as the black pieces as soon as the game starts. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Like, it's counting my money. So that's no math, right? Why would you take everything good in chess and kill it? As a Sicilian player, I agree with your statement. I know. That's why I play Sicilian, Catalan, and Dutch. I'd rather lose than draw, like 80% of the time. A video of 11 hours covering 500 gambits. See, that's what we need to get into. That's the good stuff. What the heck is that move? Sure. Problem solving and mathematical proofs. Oh yeah. So like that, in to my knowledge, is part of geometry. Is the Scotch considered aggressive? You can play it aggressive, but I don't think it's quite here or there. Like, you could play it aggressive, but it's not necessarily an aggressive opening, if that makes sense. I mean, sure. Taking over classical chess. So, in what way? Because in some sense they already have. Because in online chess, rapid and blitz are hilariously more popular than classical. So from that perspective, yes, they already have. It's not will they, it's they have. Or are they? It's they have. It's happened. Congratulations. But from like a competitive try-hard chess perspective, I don't think so. Maybe rapid. I've noticed a lot more rapid tournaments, so maybe rapid, but blitz definitely not. Maybe some programming there, which is also the worst. I've learned a little programming on my own, but draw, it's miserable, but probably. I mean, if he wants to play like this, we can. Think you can win this? I don't. I'm going to try, but I don't think I can. Especially not with my opponent having more time than I do. That's really the killer here. Now, given he is really trying very hard to make me win. He's trying very hard to lose, but I just don't think he's going to manage to. Cause more harm than good? What obsession do you mean? Can you specify? Because I'm not exactly sure what obsession you're talking about. Because there... An obsession can never cause good. So I find the question a little bit weird. Because it implies that the obsession is causing good. And that's something I'm not sure makes a whole lot of sense. He's trying to lose this really hard. I'm not sure if he'll succeed, but he is really trying to lose this. I have 52 seconds on the clock, which isn't nothing. But it also is a very short amount of time. Alright, like I'll get to 2,000 ending cost. Is that an obsession or is that just trying to achieve a goal? Because what else are you going to achieve in chess? Ratings are just something that we have that's very objective. That's the problem. So is that an obsession? Well, now he has a minute too, so never mind, I'm winning this. Good all the time. No one becomes virtuoso guitar playing. I'll be obsessed with something, becoming good in chess function similarity. Okay, fair point. But I think in that case, the definition of obsession becomes quite important. Fair point, though. I see your point. I see what you're trying to say. I think I've messed this up. I think it's a draw now. Again, I just didn't have time to calculate a way to complicate things further. I don't like this move. I guess it's fine, but I just don't like it. If my king were a square closer, then I would have some tricks, but as it stands, I don't really. Rook c8 was better? Probably. Is he going to try to flag me? Yes, he is. Ridiculous. I would do the same thing, but no respect. No respect. Worst part is it's going to work. Ran out of time before my move. It worked too. I need to get better at bullet. Okay, playing one more rated game. Playing one more rated game. I know I'm losing elo, but I need to, guys. I'm addicted. My hands are shaking. It's my music. My music turned off. One more raid game. One more raid game. We won't lose this one. Swearsies. Mr. Egyptian man. No, Cormac didn't say it was good. He said it causes good all the time. To my knowledge, he wasn't making a grand philosophical statement about the overall societal value of obsession. Because that's a way more complex topic. This is the canal? Yes. It's a way more complex topic of whether it causes more, like, universal good. But that wasn't the question. The question was, does it cause good at all? Whether or not it's worth the cost, different question. But initial process is often in fact destructive. Yeah. So that was kind of a mistake in what I originally said. I equated a net negative with no positive, which is not necessarily true. There are many things in life that may not be net negative, but might still have specific positives attributed to them, right? That was my miscalculation there. Obsessions in playing chess all day? Oh yeah, definitely that's harmful. However, like Cormac was saying, obsession has caused good. And honestly, I'm going to be real, there are a lot worse things to be getting into obsessively than chess. Chess has a relatively healthy community. Obviously, there are toxic people on Twitter, but like compared to most communities, like think about how few toxic people there are on Twitter for chess. It's quite impressive, actually. We have a relatively good community, a relatively welcoming community. Mental drain out? Yes. However, I would argue that the people who get obsessed with chess aren't people that wouldn't be obsessed with anything else normally. They would just be obsessed with something else. Like, chess doesn't replace nothing. That's my point. That's exactly what makes it such a complex problem, Cormac. That's why, that's not, I don't know. Yeah, but Fischer's not even, that's my point. Like, if Fischer didn't have chess, I don't think he would be a normal functioning member of society. Now, that's a very obvious extreme. Very obvious extreme. However, it kind of illustrates my point. Chess doesn't occupy a space where people who would be a part of the chess community would be doing something else productive if they weren't obsessed with chess. Yeah, of course. I'm agreeing with you, Norwegian. I'm just clarifying. So, obviously, I don't think it's healthy to be obsessed with ratings. I don't. However, I would say that the amount of bad it causes, not that large. Especially when you combine it with the fact that a lot of people end up learning, like, how to be a part of a sport without being obsessed with the ratings, which is something that's difficult and it's a skill that many often don't develop. It's not bad. It's not the worst addiction you could have. Every addiction's a bad addiction, but it's not the worst addiction you could have. And there are good things that come out of it. Like, I've known people who really, really struggled with being able to handle not just losing in games, but also how rating systems work and being able to, like, stomach that. You know what I mean? And so I think chess, while being obsessed with it's harmful, it can help you learn to cope with that sort of losing. Chess pages, that's my point. And a lot of them correlate with chess to one degree or another, to one extent or another. That's kind of my point. Is there are a lot of addictions way worse that occupy the same space, or arguably occupy the same space. Can chess increase mental strength? Of course I can. Just like any brain game can. Addicted to air. Well, that's a different. That's not quite the same. Air is necessary for life, and you can be addicted to air if your entire life is dedicated to breathing, right? Do you think computers have ruined the art of chess? They've heard it, definitely. They've definitely heard it quite a lot. And I think they'll continue to hurt it. It's kind of a fear of mine. Thank you for the follow, Octopus. I swear you followed before. Maybe you haven't. Well, if not, then welcome. I just could have sworn I've seen your name before. Either way, I'm just taking this rook. We'll let him take our rook. I don't need to be greedy. I swear I've seen your name before in the little follower notification area. I'm being a greedy little goblin and I'm taking this pawn. Because that also guards my bishop. Whether or not this is a good idea, unknown. However, it is an idea. Okay, well, I'm up 2 pawns. Hey. Not bad. I kind of want to play this and then take on e4. It's also very greedy, but I don't think the passer can do anything since my king's not on the back rank. Diction, only dedication. I disagree with that. I disagree. The line is very blurry. However, I do think there is a difference. At the very least, you could call dedication a productive addiction. I'm not even sure I'd agree with that necessarily, but at the very least, that is a difference. We use chess to stop not chessing. When you chess and you chess, and when you chess and chess, you do better chess while chessing. Chess. You know what? True. No, Anish Giri has a probably 80% joke quote, which states, oh, all chess players would be drug addicts if not for chess. We're just not drug addicts because we have blitz. And, well, obviously, like I said, mostly a joke. He was kind of cooking. Karajis are overrated? What do you mean? I'm stupid. Why? How did I get this way? How did I? It's impressive how dumb I am, actually. You're like 20% joke? Yeah. Yeah. I need to stop reading chat. So, what is a good player? To be top 10? No, probably not. To be top 1? Yes, absolutely. Neither do I. Actually, I wouldn't have to. I'll tell you right now, I'd be dead. So. But yeah, so Anish Giri is like, have you heard the game Go? Yes, I have. See, in that regard, I disagree. I disagree, Cormac. Didn't some top players actually start relatively late? Now, when I say relatively late, I still mean, you know, mid-teens. However, like, and Tal started when he was 14. Mikhail Tal started playing chess when he was 14, I believe. So if Go is more complex, why we still play chess? Because complexity isn't the only reason we play chess. That's a common misconception. Complexity is one of the reasons we play chess, but it's not the only one. 2,500 plus. I disagree with that one. There have been many grandmasters that are quite old. 27, maybe. 28, definitely. Complexity is one of the reasons we start playing chess. But like StarCraft 3 absolutely hard clears chess and like any other board game when it comes to complexity, and it's not close. Why don't we all play StarCraft 3? You know what I mean? Enjoy a child instead of studying chess? Okay, now that is a different, very interesting question. I mean, you could play chess plus other games. Well, my point, yeah. Well, not only that, but my point was just like using something as simple as the notion of complexity to decide whether or not you want to play a game is doesn't well represent why we play games. Playing chess is enjoying childhood depends on the kid. Depends on situation. Is it? And is it? Like, really is it? Again, that's not an easy... That's why it was such an interesting question. Yeah, I would have liked it. You would have liked it now, but would you have liked it at the time? I don't know. And plus, there's a difference between playing chess and studying chess. I would have liked playing chess when I was younger, definitely. I think, maybe. They missed general schooling. General schooling is overrated. This is one of my hottest takes. But general schooling, legit, completely overrated. What's general schooling? Exactly. In all intents and purposes, we're telling people they cannot become generalists to start super early because it's functionally impossible. People that do it have weird time available lives combination of percentile IQ, conscientiousness, idea of put lots of money on that hypothesis. Well, yeah, for sure. It's definitely unlikely to do so to become a GM when you're older, but I'm not saying it's impossible is a bit much. Why? Don't you have school friends? Well, yeah, but you can have chess friends too. Like, making friends isn't exclusive to school. You know? That's not how friends work. Or how school works. What place? Oh, let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're 7th. Mr. George Thumb. No, I asked because I don't know. Oh. I thought you were making a point, and I was like, yes, I agree with your point. But you weren't making a point. You asked a question. I don't make friends. I'm a chess player. Based. No, but seriously. It's all about... I'm all about killing dreams. Ah, no. I respect that. School friends are kind of useless because they usually don't share the same interests. Well, I mean, I don't know how much I agree with that. I think that's going too far in the other direction. But I just think it's more complicated than you don't make friend via school, therefore bad not have school. You know, I'm just, per usual, I'm arguing in favor of more nuance. Per usual. I gotta stay on brand. I'd love to play this, but then king here is annoying. I'd love to push this, but then here, I haven't fully calculated the consequences of that. And like check and king up and then king here. I don't know. Unironically, I have pretty good winning chances here, but it's also a very difficult and complex position. Maybe I go here. He doesn't really have a good move, does he? I play king g5 afterwards. That's not the type of dreams you're killing, eh, Cormac? Same stuff? You know, I'm just gonna make sure everyone's learning the same stuff. I do not think it's good and important to make everyone learn the same stuff. I think that's called propaganda, but this is something we've disagreed on before, Norwegian. So I find it unlikely we're going to suddenly agree now. I think general education is is propaganda in a jar. Winning for black? Close. C3 is nice. It looks nice. Give me a second. I am so close to cooking in this position. No, I could see that, because I would say those conspiracy theorists go too far in that direction. But the point, which is that it's really, it requires a great deal of trust in your government to think that they aren't using the education system to do anything, even if it's with good intentions. Like, I'm not even necessarily arguing that the government is going to try to brainwash my kids or anyone's kids. I'm just saying that I find it hard to believe that that's not the inevitable outcome of most forms of somewhat standardized education. Oh, this is tragic. I'm so close to doing so many things. Just all of them barely don't work. Bye, Void. Just reach critical thinking skills. Oh, it's so sad. He takes on C3 with check. That's so sad. It's still a draw, but like, it's almost more. Just teach critical thinking skills? Well, yeah, of course. I would be in favor of that, but that's not a curriculum. It's very difficult to do that because teaching critical thinking depends a lot on the individual's learning style and capacity. So it would be very expensive because it would require a lot of, not one-on-one necessarily, but small group sort of stuff. You cannot teach critical thinking to a class of 20 people. One person cannot teach critical thinking to a class of 20 people. It's just not possible. I was definitely winning at multiple points. That's why I self-study. Drama. It was absolutely a drama game. I was totally winning. Even losing the exchange, I was losing for a while here, but then here I was winning. I found some really cool moves in this position. King takes was wrong. That was the mistake. What was it? Knight takes? Yeah, it was knight takes. It was knight takes. Of course it was knight takes. King takes lets his king in. He still can't move anything here. I let him in too early. Oh, that's so obvious. That's saying the government doesn't really standardization education, at least in Norway. It's just broad concepts you need to learn. So did the teacher? If that happens, that would happen in any school setting. Some real pro, some unless you're pro, some real modern students teach themselves school. What? It's just a teacher if that happens. Yes, but which broad concepts? Like, the fact that every student has to learn some form of, like, geometry is kind of ridiculous. Like, we've talked about this before. I feel like a lot of advanced mathematics just shouldn't, but has no reason to be learned by most kids, and so it makes the rest of school needlessly difficult. Some kids really need math, but not everyone needs advanced math. Like, if math in school was just getting to algebra and then being done, then I think that would be an improvement. As someone who's learned more math and continues to learn more math because I enjoy it, when will someone not going into a math field need trigonometry? Real talk. Algebra, I think, is important. I've chosen advanced math. Well, I'm sure I could find something to disagree with the Norwegian education system. I just don't know Norwegian education. And I know you went into more advanced stuff. And stuff you're talking about, integrals, that's like college level. I'm talking in high school, but I don't know the Norwegian education system well enough to pick it apart because I just don't know what you're taught. I'm sure I could find something I disagree with, but geometry needs available skills like visualization. Yes, but we're not taught geometry from the perspective of visualization. We're taught geometry because geometry, and then visualization is a bonus perk. It's very different when you're taught one subject to learn another versus when you're taught one subject for that one subject's purpose. I don't know how it is where you live, but in the US, we're not taught geometry to learn visualization. Because that's like basic geometry stuff. And plus, a lot of that could be covered by basic logic, like formal logic. A lot of the useful part of geometry would be formal logic. So did you get the SAT? I have not taken the SAT because I didn't need it for my I did not need to take the SAT for my college, but I practiced a lot for the math portion of the SAT. And I know vaguely what's on the math portion, at least, of the SAT. Again, so I think like formal logic could replace most of geometry and would be better for it. Because formal logic isn't perfect, but it's useful. Changing education more salient to all subjects. Well, I think that the problem is that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to find a broad definition of what those subjects need to be, and so that we shouldn't give that control to a central party, because by the nature of how education works, it should be on an individual by individual basis, and I don't feel like a government is capable of giving that sort of education. Who should decide that? So in the perfect society, which we're never going to achieve, it would be the parents. However, because of a lot of societal issues, it's not 100% guaranteed that the parents would be in full control of that. Trust the government at all? I have very little trust for the government. Okay, I was raised in the US and then I moved to stinking Eastern Europe. You can kind of see where I'm coming from here, Ronnie. I went from one terrible government to another terrible government. It's like, maybe I would have different opinions if I lived in Norway, but like the governments and all the places I live are just something special. Are you an anarchist? No. I do believe governments are necessary. No, I'm not an anarchist, no. I just don't trust them. I wish I were an anarchist, but I just don't think, I think that's even less practical. Okay, wait, who's first in queue? I wish I had enough faith in humanity to be an anarchist, but I just don't. Was left-leaning? I don't know. I don't really agree with either side of the compass as it exists in modern politics. I feel like both sides have their own new and exciting problems. Perfect. Centralist then? Again, but yeah, I feel like the compass itself is an imperfect metric. I would probably be, I don't know, I'd probably be closest to a centrist. Because I don't think people on either side of the spectrum are evil. Like, I'm not going to say leftists or even conservatives are evil. A lot of the politics on both sides I think are evil. Like the politicians, like the people, like the really high up in power people. But like, I'm not going to hate somebody or violently disagree with them. I usually avoid bringing up politics. Education is just a very easy way to get me into it, because I've known a lot of people who were failed by the education system in every place I've been, and I've met very few people the people I met who've succeeded have succeeded in spite of it, not because of it. And I find it frustrating, because I feel like we are suppressing so much of society's ability to be great. I have like Muslim, or are there so many neighbors in North Minnesota just segregated there? I know a few Muslims. I mean, Muslims are a minority, but it's like a 20% minority or something. So there are a decent number of Muslims, but I mean, they're people. Problem is that parents, not that the parents won't have control. My problem is that things come from an uneducated home with parents that don't see the importance of education, don't have the ability to put themselves in the system, or just don't care. Parents do their job, which I disagree with. You know what? That's fair. But in that case, Norwegian, I would argue in favor of at least giving the option for parents to be in charge of it. Now, I don't know if Norway does. Knowing Norway, they probably do, but like Germany doesn't. Macedonia doesn't, but... Like, I get the argument. I don't know. Someone, Ronnie asked if it was segregated here, and I said no. But most Muslims here are non-practicing, like the Orthodox here. Hey, good job, Adelson. I don't. In Norway, you must have a letter of support from a state educational and psychological counseling office, and you must have a reason. I don't love that, but it's better than many places. And requiring them to have a high school diploma, fair enough, but I think it's better than it is in some states in the U.S. Like, I don't think that state education is universally evil. Don't get me wrong here. I just sometimes state things a little stronger than I believe them, because I get like really into it. Do you call it Macedonia or North Macedonia? I switch between the two because depending on who I'm trying not to offend. I'm all for it, but I still want to regulate in some way. I want lighter regulations, because I feel like once you start regulating homeschool too much, you end up in the same problem as normal schooling. You make it kind of pointless to exist. I'm not against some form of regulation, of course, but I'm light regulation. Sure. But school's not just about education? Well, that's true. But like the other things that school gives can also be provided in ways that are not just school. School is about a lot of things, this is true, but I would say a lot of the things it does relatively poorly. Even the non-education parts, like people talked about socialization. I think socialization is also done relatively poorly by school, and obviously, and so you would need to find other ways to socialize kids if they weren't doing school at a normal school. However, there are many ways of doing that. First of all, just because you're not in normal school doesn't mean you can't work with other families who are also homeschooling. Second, like chess clubs or whatever, just any sort of club. Third, just existing with other people, having friends over, going to friends' houses. Socialization doesn't only need to exist within school and has a lot of problems in school as well. For example, bullying, which is very difficult to prevent in a formal school environment. And it's easier in a less structured school environment to deal with. Still not easy, but easier. Which again, this is not saying that online schooling is... No, online schooling is worse. Online schooling is infinitely worse. I've done online schooling. It's terrible. No. Online schooling is terrible. Online schooling takes all of the weaknesses of standard schooling and combines them with all the weaknesses of non-standard schooling. It is the worst of both worlds. It is uniquely terrible. It's like impressive how bad online schooling is. As someone who did their entire high school online, it's impressive. I'm back. I'll come back. No, this is not in favor of online school. I hate online school with all of my heart. But you can sleep. You can like sleep in between online class. But I don't care about, it's not about sleeping. It's about getting better. It's about getting a more personalized education. Better is neither here nor there. I would say most of the time it is, but I don't know about Norway. I would say it's for getting a more personalized and therefore probably better education, and more personalized and therefore probably better approach to like socialization, because again, bullying is something that's a lot easier to deal with if the parents are like aware of who you're hanging out with to some degree, and you don't get like forced to sit in the same room as the guy who's bullying you every day, you know? It's about flexibility, you know? Online schooling has the flexibility. It does have flexibility. I will give it that. However, the education is often worse and less personalized, and the bullying stuff is better only in the sense that you don't interact with a single other human being. Which I would also say is worse. Did you have a really bad teacher in online school? Well, in online school, I didn't interact with my teachers that much in general. I had a few bad teachers, but I had a few really good ones as well. Okay, no, actually. Someone actually sent in this game, sincerely. Sure, just develop. If your opponent wants to play dumb chess, you respond by playing good chess. I like this. You could probably argue in favor of c4 here, but I don't care. This is very good. Or like even bishop here. I would be considering this, but okay. Doesn't matter. Knight c3, very good. b5. He wants to keep moving pawns, let him keep moving pawns. Bishop d3, I'm totally okay with. You could have played a3 just to prevent the development of this bishop and also prevent b4. It's kind of a nice move, but bishop d3 cannot be a bad move. a5, castles. Once again, can't be a bad move. He's goofing off. He's made only pawn moves. Just let him do it. Who cares? Knight d4. Now I'd love to see a3. Now a3 looks wonderful. b5 not logical at all. Nothing in this game has been logical so far. Do you have any moment where your faith in humanity was restored? Well, I have very little faith in humanity, so I'm going to say no. I have faith in general, just not in humanity. Again, I'd love to see a3 in this position. d5. I don't hate the idea, but I feel like the execution isn't right. Say these arguments rather than, oh no, the government will name my kids. Oh yeah, well, that's not my point. I don't think that's, ooh, the president wants my kids to believe in vaccines or something. That's not my point. That's never been my point, and I really hope that's not what you've gotten my point to be. I don't think it is, but listen, I have no idea what that means. Give me a second. I'm not that educated. It's like humankind avoids suicide. Oh no, no. I just don't have faith in humanity. I take a more neutral take, which is we're humans, for better or for worse. Still agree. What I know it's going to be public school, either independent school, international school, or just straight up private school. Which I would say those are all better. Like that's what I mean. That's also like at some point it's like a spectrum sort of thing. You know what I mean? My point is just having the option to have choice as to what your kid's education should be. And because it's very important, because everyone needs something different, man. And standardized tests have been horrible for society. And this fish is horrible. There's a nihilist. I'm not a nihilist. I really disagree with everything Nietzsche had to say. Existentialist. I'm not an existentialist either. I think existentialism is delusion. That's also one of my hotter takes. I don't understand it at all. Like the point is that there is no point, but you're trying to find a point. Like, come on. You happen to be the most nihilistic Christian? What? If anything, I kind of want e5 here. Because here's the thing. He's kind of pushed all these pawns. I don't really want to open diagonals for him. Like, this move cements these dark squares as weaknesses that I can, like, jump into. And prevents knight from coming to f3, f6. And just prevents this entire idea. You go church or chess club on Sundays. Neither. Did not disagree with everything Nietzsche has to say. His wisdom was nearly unparalleled, even if his conclusions were wrong. Well, that's not... Okay, yes. I disagree with all of his conclusions. Fair enough. Fair play. Fair play. I'll be more precise. I disagree with all of his conclusions. A lot of his reasoning, I don't think is the worst. Mom, you don't understand. You can't take chess away from your society. Will be even worse. Yes, no, yes. Well, I find it difficult to find an English-speaking church, and my Macedonian isn't that strong to go to Macedonian one. So the nearest, so I go to church. I don't go every Sunday, but I go many Sundays. I don't have chess club on Sundays, unfortunately, because we all know which one will take priority. No, okay. Knight e2, knight e2 to c3. One second. Knight e2 and play c3. I'm not against it, but I would prefer, if you want that idea, I would prefer e5, knight e4, and then c3. Yeah, they're all Catholic or Orthodox. That's kind of the problem. Have you read the Bible? I've read the Old Testament up to the Minor Prophets. I haven't read all the Minor Prophets. And I've read probably 70% of the New Testament. I haven't read all of it, but nature was deep, envisioned prescription man. It was not psychology, social knowledge, correct? Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay, I could see that. I'm not sure I fully agree, Cormac, but I could see the direction you're going, and I can get it. I haven't read that much Dawkins. I would probably like a lot of his ideas. I don't think I would agree with everything, but I would probably like a lot of it. I have not read the Bible cover to cover, unfortunately. I'm working on it, but he's an atheist. God delusion book. Well, I am a Christian. I do believe in God. That being said, I don't necessarily disagree with everyone who thinks that God is a delusion. I think they make good points. I just disagree with the conclusions. I think I often disagree with a argument or a point, and that point makes me disagree with their conclusion. But I often feel like they have a lot of good and interesting things to say. Anything this but Nietzsche's last book? Immensely readable, enjoyable, and wise? I might then. So you're a secularist? No, I'm a Christian. I'm a Protestant Christian. I just disagree with a lot of what has become evangelicalism in the West, and so I don't distance myself from it, but I don't associate with all of the things. A secularist? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I'm pretty in favor of separation of church and state. Disagree with everything. I disagree with a lot of things. I'm a little bit of a contrarian. I have a bit of a contrarian streak in me. Yeah, I don't think the church and state should be connected, necessarily. I think it's probably a bad idea. I think every time we've tried it, it's led to some really bad stuff. Christian Catholic, I think there's some good atheist philosophers. Oh, yeah. Dawkins isn't one of them. I haven't read enough of his stuff, so I don't have an opinion. There are some absolutely good stuff. Again, even people who are wrong can be very, very instructive. I'm a God-fearing, murder-colored, gun-shooting, turkey and Thanksgiving Christian. Exactly that. Actually, I can't say except not at all, because I do like turkey, I like guns, and I can't say I like America that much. Yeah, sorry. Waters and diction, true. I'm sarcastic saying that you like Dawkins. Okay. Sarcasm's hard to get over text. Sometimes I miss it, especially when I'm paying attention to multiple things. I can live with song 1 of Ram. Yes, okay, get rid of 2 and 4. I'll shake. I will agree with you. Oh yeah, so I think I like d5 as an idea, but I think e5 would make more sense. Or if you want to play d5, play rook e1 first and then play d5. I think that this is either too early or the wrong idea, depending. Yeah, exactly. Again, you can be wrong and still have good thoughts just by the nature of either starting with wrong points, wrong base points, or having 1 or 2 flaws in your logic, or just disagreeing on something that's like not obvious the case one way or another. D5 isn't terrible. I like it as an idea. I like the way he's looking. I like the direction White is thinking a lot. Thanksgiving is the third week of November, I believe. It's like the 3rd Thursday of November, whatever it is. And I think it's much of the fall. And so it changes dates depending on the year, yeah. Is water dry or is it liquid? Well, a single molecule of water is dry, but it usually is wet. Thanksgiving is kind of Easterish in that way? Yes, it absolutely is, Rexploit. I know some Catholic people. I'm not myself Catholic. I disagree with it a bit, but I like the idea of d5, but I think it's either too early or you play e5 first and you go for this idea. a3 would also be nice. Oh no, it's always in November. Thanksgiving's always in November, but I don't know, maybe some... I know it's a different date for Canada, though. Like, Canadian Thanksgiving's a different day. So that might be part of your problem. Is it? Yeah, Thanksgiving. Canadian Thanksgiving is in October. Canadian Thanksgiving's in October, so that probably messes you up too. As chess player could be some unknown person who never compete professionally. I find it highly unlikely, because if you haven't competed professionally, you quite frankly will not have as much good practice as any of these other top players. Obviously, it's technically possible, but just like, you know, anything else is possible. Just like there's always a clown behind me that disappears whenever I look in a mirror or look behind me. It's technically possible because I can't disprove it, but, you know, like, come on. But he could read books? Yeah, but still, I'll tell you, reading books is different from playing. Yeah, exactly. It's technically possible. Yeah, I will. I'm working through them. It just takes me a hot minute. I get distracted. 92. Then taking is completely unnecessary. So here's a general chess principle to tide y'all over. If you have more space, you don't want to trade pieces, because trading pieces kind of frees up the opponent a little bit. Imagine if I'm trapped in a box and you're trapped in a box. My box is bigger than your box. If I said, hey bro, let's both cut off our arms, that would benefit me more. That would benefit you more than me, because even though my box is bigger, I already feel like I have enough space and you're cramped. This is a terrible metaphor. What am I doing with myself? Drank tea and woke up in a bar, tied up multiple tea bags around me, saying, how could you drink? Bob, I need to pay your own sacrifice. What should I do? And this is real? No, what you do is you say, oh, I'm so sorry. It's because y'all are so much better than coffee. And then one of two things will happen. Either they'll let you go, or then the coffee beans will break in to rescue you so that they can kill you. And at that point, you'll bargain with the coffee beans. No, it just kept going. No. Okay. No. Okay. Imagine we're both trying to fit marbles into a pouch. You know little marble pouches that you fit marbles in? You know those? The little pouches for marbles? I've lost my marbles. That's completely irrelevant to the point. So imagine we're both trying to fit marbles in a pouch. My pouch is way bigger than your pouch. Right? So you're struggling. And I'm just chilling. I can fit all the marbles in that pouch, no issues whatsoever. I shouldn't tell you, hey, let's both throw out half our marbles. That helps you. You're the one struggling to fit your marbles in your pouch. I'm not having any issue. What are marbles? The little round, hard, semi-transparent balls that you use to play, like, you know, whatever the games you play with marbles are. Why are you asking what marbles are? You know what marbles are. Will you favorite politician who's good at chess? Think he'll make better strategic decisions in real life? Bro, if I could have a politician who doesn't lie every second sentence, then I'll favor him over everyone else. Like, the bar is really low at this point. I'm not looking for someone strategic. I'm looking for someone honest. Now, the problem is that's impossible. Okay, we both have a castle. Your castle is suffering from overpopulation. Mine is not. I've got like 5 people in my castle. I've got like 5 people in my castle, right? So if I say, hey, let's have one of my people from my castle get married to one of your people from your castle and go live happily ever after somewhere else, you should say yes, because then it will help the overpopulation in your castle. Got you, exclaim join if you'd like to. That's the thing. How about that one? Do you make a castle the same population? Do you know how hard it is to make a bigger castle? You could make a bigger castle, or you could just, like, try and trade off. So, third time's the charm, I guess. Hey, the third one I was cooking. Okay, no. I'm never using a metaphor again. That's not true. I'm using a metaphor as soon as I can. Anyway, so, after b4, you should not take this. That's my point. My point is you should play knight a4. Because black is struggling to get all of his pieces developed. They're all, like, bumping into each other, tripping over each other. They're all tripping over each other. Meanwhile, white is chilling because he has so much space, and he can just breathe and move pieces anywhere he wants. So white shouldn't trade. White should make black not be able to trade. This is actually doubly good. This is very nice, very nice. Trading helps black in this position. Even 92 is okay. 92 is even playable. I agree with that. 92 is playable. You could also play like d takes e and just say, enjoy the piece, I'm going to kill you. Because he can't. So he has to take here first, and then you play some knight move. thank you, Sumner. Use the war as a cover to escape. Anyway, taking's bad, and then 92's also not amazing, because now he can just go boop, boop here, and he's solved all of his problems. Suddenly, black has no problems. Black is just as well developed as white is. Black has a better central pawn structure. Black has this bishop pair, and now white's the one who's kind of tied up. Or commit charity fraud. You know what? That's a good point. War profiteering, excellent choice. Charity fraud always works. Now, he shouldn't have taken for the same reason we had before. This bishop is way better than this knight. This bishop is worth twice as much as this knight is. This knight's worth 2, this bishop's worth 4. Don't trade it. This is the other reason you don't want to trade. Because the piece you're trading is better than the one you're taking. This piece is better than this piece. It just is. DXE. Okay, now black ruined his pawn structure. Poggers. 95 is a good idea, but the execution, a little bit questionable. Not even that questionable. No, I'll take it. Probably did something weird. Oh, absolutely, Rexplore. But you gotta admit, the reporting was bad. Anyway, bishop g6, knight g6. I like this as an idea. fe6 is terrible. Do you think woke culture impacted freedom of speech? I think the problem is you have to define freedom of speech first. What does freedom of speech mean? Because technically freedom of speech only applies to the government punishing you for saying stuff. And like people breaking the law to punish you for saying stuff. Like obviously it's illegal for me to come and beat you up for no reason. Doesn't matter what you say. I can't come and beat you up. Or the government can't. So the woke culture hasn't done anything to affect freedom of speech because the government is not going to arrest you for saying something anti-woke. That's why the freedom of speech thing is kind of dumb, because it's like, okay, that was never what freedom of speech meant. Well, there's public decency laws void, but there's stuff relating to public decency, but that's not what people are talking about. I can't say I could. Legally I could, and that's still freedom of speech. I totally can legally. Cultural implications, that's a different matter. But like, if I say anything hateful, one of the subjects of the day, freedom of speech. We already got past like nihilism and like education, so now we're on to freedom of speech. That's what I mean. Legally I can. That's freedom of speech. If there was a law that says you're not allowed to say the N-word unless your skin is this shade or darker, right? Then that would break the freedom of speech problems. Obviously, that would be freedom of speech. But the fact that I would get canceled on Twitter for saying the N-word, that's not a freedom of speech issue. Like, regardless of if you think I should be able to say it or should say it or not, it's not freedom of speech. Society will isolate you then? Okay, society will also isolate me if I start shouting horrible slurs or trying to insult everyone I dislike. If I start, like, spitting the most vitriolic, hateful stuff imaginable, I will get popular on TikTok. But any sane human being, any rational human being would ostracize me from society. Like, I don't understand what the big difference is. Maybe there is a difference, but addiction was also a topic. Coffee beans. Should I fake my death? Yeah, fake your death. That's a good choice. You're getting the hang of this. But society should respect the opinion. I don't even respect the opinion. Respect my opinion to say a word because I want to? I don't understand. Violence towards a certain group? Well, yeah. Again, I wasn't even getting into hate speech yet, but I was saying from a societal perspective, because we're not talking legally. Legally, you have no leg to stand on when you're saying that free speech is being infringed upon. So you're okay with blasphemy? Well, I'm not going to say it, but I don't care if you say it. That's your business. Obviously, I don't like it, but like, it's dumb for me to care. Because if you're not a Christian, then what's it to you? Well, that's dumb. I'm not okay with it, but I'm okay with it in the sense that it's not my business to stop it. Well, is it many countries? Yeah, I don't agree with those. Why? That's not freedom of speech, though. See, that's not freedom of speech. Blasphemy laws are not freedom of speech. Or contradict freedom of speech. F4? F4 I find interesting. Bishop F4 I think is better. Hate speech or at least, and is at least kind of true. Or satire. Yeah, exactly, Rexpo. Bishop F4 I like more because this bishop is your worst piece. This is one of black's best. And also getting a rook to the d file would be wonderful. F4 I don't like only because it prevents bishop F4. Otherwise, if we ignore bishop F4 as an option, I really like F4. Ignoring this move, I like this move a lot, but I don't like this move because it contradicts with this move. But blasphemy is like a different thing because not all blasphemy exists as hate speech towards Christians, if you know what I mean. You know? Like, there's a lot of blasphemy that does not exist specifically because the person saying it hates Christians. And say Christian or whatever ethnic or whatever religion. I'm saying Christian because it's the one I am, and I was implied by your question saying you're okay with blasphemy because why would I care about blasphemy for a religion I'm not a part of? You know what I mean? Position I'm slur because so satire for statements I included. Well, yeah. Which that makes sense. Like, absolutely, they should be able to get away with that. Especially if he had that in like a statement, and that my friend is called funny satire, because he's not allowed to get offended anymore. I need help with what? For math? You can try. We have some smart people in chat, but depending on what kind of math, I might not be one of them. I like this idea a lot, though. Do you do physical 1v1s? No, because I'd lose. In what case does an inverse of a matrix does not exist? Oh, I know this one. Can somebody answer this? Not me. Never heard of this. Let me... Okay, give me a second. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it was satirizing. Isn't it satire too? Yeah, absolutely. And that should be allowed. Like, obviously, people could be mad at you if you were to not buy the magazine or whatever, and not buy the comics. But, I mean, yeah. I don't see anything... I wouldn't make any of those jokes. I think it's pointless, because I think it's, like, insensitive and doesn't do any good. I think it is damaging and bad, but I don't see why it should be, like, illegal or something. I think it only makes people angry, and that's not productive. But, like, okay. Just because I wouldn't say it doesn't mean it should be illegal. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Oh yeah, for sure. But like, bishop f4, e4. I like this idea a lot. Again, bishop f4 first I think was better, but bishop f4 was more positional. This is more aggressive, and I don't mind it because even though it's objectively fine for black, it's a lot harder to play this for black than it is for white. And I think that's a good approach in general. Yes. Boom. See? Easy. But you don't fight cool streamers? Then why won't you fight me? You're contradicting your own rule. I appreciate that, Sam. Trade you for a pair of slippers. I feel like it's a reference to something I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Can a truly utopian society ever exist? This is where my lack of faith in humanity comes in. I don't think so. I don't think it's possible. Exactly. Yeah, but then if you would get beaten, it wouldn't be the same crime as if you got beaten for no reason. Rexper, you'll know about about this than I will, but aren't there laws like for murder? There's manslaughter. Isn't there the same sort of thing for battery? Again, I know manslaughter exists for murder, but I don't know what it is for battery. But I feel like there is something like that. Let's do an MMA fight. I'd rather not. Human flaws or inequality is unavoidable. Okay, so yes, but I think part of the human condition and part of what we should do as humans is try our hardest to fight them. It's just going to be an uphill battle the entire time. Battery stuff. Well, I don't know the exact, but I mean, just like in general, that's kind of a thing that exists. Don't think a person can exist in utopia. Well, yeah, exactly. Utopia can exist as long as there's nobody there. Are they utopian? Talk to any Scandinavian. And aggregated battery? Aggravated. Is it aggravated or aggregated? It's aggravated, right? Yeah, regular bat. I forgot. We have more than one law student or lawyer in chat. My chat's half lawyers. What if a woman hits you? Same if anyone else hits you. You like step away. Like, again, if they start chasing you, aggregated. Oh. Aggravated. Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go. See, and so that's my point. Do you agree with gun laws? Well, whose gun laws? Hold on a second. Like them existing or? Don't keep autocorrecting. Ah, got you. Laugh and call her weak. Rex Boar's got that Riz battery. USA? Well, the USA gun laws also vary a ton from state to state. So I can say no, I don't agree with them, and you won't know which ones I'm talking about, so it will be completely pointless. Which is kind of what I want to do. See, the US gun laws are weird because they were like made when the US was a agrarian society, a society of like farmers and people living in the wildlife. And so a lot of the gun laws still exist in that framework where they don't exist in the same way in city life. And so the problem is, and additionally, a lot of the gun laws in the US exist for the purposes of forming a militia to take down the government, which is so far away from what the US allows to happen that it like is almost pointless. Like part of the gun laws in the US are basically, if we ever become cringe, shoot us. Which is one, based, but two, also so far from what the US even pretends to be nowadays that like from an original point of the Constitution perspective, legalize nuclear bombs, you know what I mean? So do you own a gun? You're an American? Yes, but I don't live in America. And the gun laws here are more strict. Are they even allowed guns? Because they wanted you to be able to take down the government whenever. That was kind of part of the point, is if the government ever becomes oppressive, you shoot them. That's like the point, because they're like, we don't ever want to be like what we see it from. And two, for hunting and self-defense, because protection of private property was very important in the US when it was founded. I wonder why, Rexpor. No, like that's the point. The US has changed so much. I'm not even necessarily for the worse, but just has changed so much in character from what the founding fathers intended that it's, unless you want to change everything to go back, it becomes pointless to have the discussion of what the founding fathers intended. Shocker. Some centuries? I don't know. When the US eventually crumbles, maybe, but we'll see if Mexico even survives that long. I mean, the US is going down pretty fast. Battle. Army. That one. King of C7, Queen of 7, King C8. See, this is what I mean when I said that this was a good approach on the part of Zeus. It's so hard to play this position as black that something like d5, which looks obvious, just immediately loses. And he took advantage of that. So I would say this is a very nice game of chess. You could have played better, and you could have punished him more effectively for the opening sins. Not even crimes, sins that were committed here. However, I like a lot of the principles, and the game was always difficult for black. And I think that's good. You Biden or Trump supporter? I don't like them both, but for different reasons. That's kind of part of what I mean when I say I struggle being on the political compass, because I disagree with both sides. I really don't like Trump, and I really don't like Biden, but both for very different reasons. Kanye West 124. Until the whole like Nazis thing, I would have been on board. Black didn't play Effie. Yeah, but still, it's still, even in this position, it's hard to play black. I would argue. Now, obviously, black isn't that much worse if they're worse at all, but like what reasons? Well, I don't think I need to even give reasons for Trump. I think in order for me to want you to be my president, I expect a certain level of human decency that I don't think Trump provides. And Biden just, this is going to sound weird, but he's too old. He like, I don't know. And I feel like he's really a people pleaser. Like he'll say just about anything. I don't know what he stands for. And I find that uncomfortable as well. But that's about as in detail as I'll go into on either one of those, because I don't like getting too deep into politics. I've already gotten deeper here than I normally do, but I feel like today's been pretty chill, so. Hop on Fortnite and beat me, and then we'll talk. Yeah, that's what I need, a president that'll beat me in Fortnite. Again, like these positions are already super complicated. It's much better than FE? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, it's much better than FE. Just letting white have access to the G6 square is just absolutely terrible, man. From a practical perspective. Universal basic income? I don't think it makes sense. I haven't seen a convincing argument in favor of it. I'm still studying it, and I haven't gotten to that section of my economics class yet, because I'm studying economics. Well, yeah, but that applies to both sides, Cormac, so that's almost pointless to mention. Honestly, might even give us better candidates than we have currently. I haven't gotten there. Soda! I haven't gotten to that part of my economics class yet, but from everything I've seen up until this point, I don't understand how it could possibly be a good idea. CPU is a CPU. Central processing unit? Yeah, a central processing unit for all the general computing purposes your computer does. Then a GPU is a graphical processing unit. Yeah, no, it's so easy. So easy. If you were a ghost, whose life would you make mildly inconvenient? I don't think I could stick to one. I would love to just... Okay, this is going to sound weird, but I would love to like peer into different people's lives and kind of just see how they live on a day-to-day basis. That'd be so interesting. That would be so interesting. It's so funny. That's a good meme. This is processing, rendering GPU. Bigger than the CPU? Oh, for sure. 700 ELO difference. Yeah, no, I'm having a bad day. I've been having a bad week. And so now I'm only like 2035. It's bad. But my opponent here, we're playing unrated for a reason. You know what I mean? I'm just going to deny. Isn't it a breach of privacy? Well, that's why I don't actually want to do it. But like, ghosts also don't exist. So, in the parallel universe where ghosts exist, it's not a breach of privacy and it's fine. Newton's life? That would be interesting. So GPU, well, yeah, and for general computing purposes, the CPU is better, but for rendering, but not just for rendering, that's the thing. GPU is good for a bunch of things. GPU is very good at triangles. It's very good at, like you said, rendering. It's very good at drawing lines. It's very good at matrices, like you know, like the mathematical operation. It's very good at a lot of very specialized purposes. Also compression, like video compression. That's another specialized task that GPUs are very good at. So GPUs are very good at the specific specialized. That's computers in general. Computers can be general, they can be specialized. Do you like history? Find it boring? I like history when you're explaining to me how things happen and why they happen. I don't want just like names and dates, but I love history as like a subject to try to understand how things work. I'm a tinkerer. I love understanding how things work. And so history is just another example of that to me, because I feel like there's so much to learn from history. Because part of my closet nihilism is believing that not a lot changes from history from a humanity perspective. Yeah, it's the move I'm playing next. And so I like it. For historical facts about North Macedonia. Ooh. Let me think. So you've got all the former Yugoslavia stuff and associated baggage. You got all the Turk stuff associated baggage. That's the interesting part. Again, Mother Teresa was technically born in Macedonia, even though she's not very much associated with Macedonia nowadays. No, H6 is very smart. Starting drama here. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's not even drama. You're just right. Alexander too. Yep. Alexander is sometimes associated with Macedonia, though, but he was born... Actually, Alexander was born in Pella, which is modern-day Greece. That's part of the problem. Alexander was born in Pella, and Pella isn't modern-day Macedonia. I'm pretty sure Mother Teresa was born in Skopje, which is modern-day Macedonia. Bishop E3 doesn't look nice at all. Well, I mean... It's kind of me being a little creative, but... People there hate Greece, Macedonia? A lot of people struggle with it. I'm not going to say they hate it, but it's a pain point because a lot of people almost feel taunted, if that makes sense. Instead of taking about history, my teacher decided to traumatize the entire class and show a picture of every people shot my face off butter skeletons in trenches. That sounds kind of based. Horrible, but based. I wouldn't say... A lot of it's political. From a political perspective, yes, but from just a people existing... People here are just tired. He is associated with Macedonia, but he was born in modern-day Greece. That's part of the problem, is we've had to change our flag, we've had to change our country's name, all this stuff, which... Name change in 2019? It might be selfish of me, but at that point, I was just kind of glad that we wouldn't have to sign paper, not sign paper, wouldn't have to have the sticker put on our car at the border saying that Greece does not recognize MK as a marker indicating a country and yada yada yada. Do you watch South Park? No, I have not. Or is it did or do? Because if it's did, I have not yet. And if it's do, I will say no. But I want to at some point. I feel like I'd like it, but... Because the problem is that we're still like kind of nationalist. Well, and so it's a problem. The politics relating to like Greece and all that are a mess. They're just a mess. He's nice. I've never heard South Park described as nice before. People here hate that one Norwegian. Despise it. Knight c6 felt better. The reason I didn't play Knight c6 is because I was expecting queen takes, rook takes, and then like bishop. I guess he couldn't because I was threatening rook d1. Okay, never mind. I missed it. You're right. Knight takes c6 was definitely better. I miscalculated. Ancient Greece, people spoke dialect of Greek. It's kind of complicated. It's very complicated. Nationalism is a myth to bring people together. I would say it's an oversimplification, but I like the idea. I would agree with the idea. Calling it a myth is difficult because that was your name until 2019? Not a here. That's what Greece called us until 2019, but we never agreed to that. Macedonia never agreed to that. That was the source of like half the problems. Is Macedonia never agreed to Fyrom. Bread. Good suggestion. You discussed in the book Sapiens. I haven't read it, so I don't know. But I could see it. I know, I get what you're saying, and I think I could see it, but I'm not sure if I 100% agree with it. You went as well until 2019? I don't know. I don't think it was ever fully decided. But either way, we always despise it, because it kind of, it's going to sound silly, but it kind of made us seem like not a real country. It was very unpopular. So you call yourself Macedonia or North Macedonia? Here we go. F4, I don't hate, but I wouldn't play it. So do you mean you as in the country or you as in me, Alchemy and Blobfish? At 40, 45? I don't hate it. I would, that's something I'd consider. Well, the country legally, we call ourselves North Macedonia. A lot of individual people are still frustrated by the fact that we have to call ourselves North Macedonia. I personally don't really care that much. I wasn't raised here. I didn't move here till I was 13, and so I don't have the same connection that the people here do to the name and to the culture, despite the fact that I am learning about it. And so I'm not made as angry by that name change stuff. And so, especially something as mild as North Macedonia, I don't find as frustrating. Some of it's frustrating, but North Macedonia didn't really offend me as much. Okay, I'll look into that in just a second. This was a good start. A6 just gives me a pawn. I'm not sure what the point of A6 was. Explain to me A6. What was your thought process going into playing A6? Honestly, bishop E6 is already kind of suspicious. Because you're giving me bishop G4, and I didn't play bishop G4. I don't know. Check Discord. I missed your bishop? Ah, fair enough. You know what? I respect it. My thoughts on Balkan politics? Oh, that's exactly what we need. You know what? Good. That's definitely a take. Use Reddit occasionally, but very rarely. I never go and browse Reddit. I always go to Reddit for a specific purpose, or use it to Google stuff better. That's an excellent idea. You know what? I wonder why we've never tried that before. Eric just subreddit is weird. I find it funny, but I don't find it funny enough that I go back every day. But I enjoy it from time to time. Yeah, so you missed the bishop. So again, you have to consider your opponent's moves, which sounds obvious, but yeah, you just got to do it. Here you should have played c4. That's like the move that tries to punish me. Now I would have played b3 and tried to prove that this was weak, but we would have been in a weird position. But here, letting me take is just bad. And then what Void said was correct. This just wins the game on the spot. Takes, then like 8 takes, and then now you can't take this because I'm literally checkmating you, which is hilarious. The Ottomans and Austria-Hungary. Ottomans were wonderful. I wonder why that's never happened. There's one thing that everyone in the Balkans hates more than each other. It's the Ottomans. Oh, I could have taken on G7 as a switching zug. Actually, could I have? Oh, yes, I absolutely could have. Because then I have another switching zug. Oh, that's clever. My mom pops in from time to time. She's only here right now because she's sick as a dog, and so can't do anything else. Bored out of her mind. We should be more respectful than that? Nah. Witness any event in history, what it would be? Fall of the Ottoman? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, I could be a funny Christian and say the crucifixion, which would probably actually be my answer. But if we're ignoring that for reasons that it's a boring answer for everyone who's not a Christian, I'll try to pick a second option. Let me think. Oh, Groundhog Day is a fire movie. Joe's take it dragged on way too long. Oh, that's Joe. That's always him. That's his opinion on everything. No, but Caesar would be cool. That would be that. I mean, honestly, Caesar's assassination would be an interesting one. But if I had to go not crucifixion, then I would probably say. Give me a second to think. It's hard. There's a lot of events I'd like to see. Crusades? Nah, the Crusades are lame. Hate the Crusades. I'm trying for something. We think of a lot of big events in history, but history took place over a long time. So, what's a big event? I would want to see something that we don't know a lot about from the perspective of we don't know exactly what happened because there's so many rumors about it. You want to see crucifixion? Of course I'd want to see the crucifixion. Meet Hitler? Nah. Why do you look like a programmer? Because in another life I am a programmer. I'm trying to think of an event in history that is like super that's like super important, but we don't know exactly how it went down because of historical contradiction. No. The real answer is go back and see if I could get a copy of Diogenes's book. JFK. Now we're talking. Fall of Troy? Yes, exactly. Something like that. The Fall of Troy. You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Where it's like, okay, we know what happened. We know it was important. We don't know much else. Because it's so shrouded in legend. Because a lot of history and historians were myths. Exclam join, and when it's your turn, we absolutely can. That's what I mean. That's the type of thing I'd want to see. If I could go back and see like one event, I'd want to see something like that where we know it happened. We know it was super important, but the details kind of feel good for no reason right now. Should you be studying for something that you're not studying for? Oh, yeah. Again, the crucifixion's the obvious answer, right? For like a billion different reasons. But if we're like excluding that one, then it would probably be something, again, like the fall of Troy. Meet the guy who first invented fire. That would be cool too. That would be going really far back, but like the moment fire was invented, if that's an option, that'd be even cooler. Again, the problem was just a6. It was just, you didn't consider my bishop, and then I let it go a little easier. And you played the endgame as well as you could have, reasonably, but it's just down too much material. You're going to be down 3 pawns in an endgame where I also have the bishop. Oh, so the sloth is there? He's definitely there. That's a documentary. Oh, no, it's what? Well, then don't feel guilty, Void. Boom. Like, see his friend's reaction to fire? That would be interesting. Well, that's a lot of it, because we've talked about this before. Consistency is a huge part of being good at chess. It is not just making good moves, but making consistently good moves. And then Cormac already sent his game. I almost missed it. But I didn't. I was paying attention. Like a pro streamer. About the biggest mistake? I disagree. I think chess is about the lead up, the build up. Sometimes it's about the biggest mistake, but once you get better. Hello, pigeons. Past chess game would you like to be in the front row for? Well, you got the big answers like the Opera House game, right? That one would be pretty interesting. Maybe the last game of the Zukertort Staunton match would be pretty cool. Oh yeah, pyramids. See, now we're talking, Ronnie. Stuff that we don't know. I don't want to see stuff that we already know. I want to see stuff we don't know so I can come back and know. You know? Another big game that I'd like to see. I mean, the Fischer Spassky is easy. I would love to see Fischer Spassky. Any of the games. A Fabi Magnus game, that would be cool. I would be leaning towards Fabi on game 6, but you know. Take a historical person to modern day, all Doctor Who style. Who would you choose? So if it's Doctor Who style, then that means I also understand modern English perfectly. Low key, kind of Tesla. Low key. Not sure if that would be my final choice, but my first gut instinct, Tesla. Well, Jesus, again, obvious answer, right? Getting that one out of the way, because that's the boring, obvious answer that I would actually pick if put in that situation. But, like, if we're ignoring the obvious answer, it would have to be Jesus, of course. But if we're ignoring that one, then low-key Tesla would be my first gut instinct choice. Bishop c2 d4? I would expect so, yeah. Do you believe in evolution? I don't know. I haven't done enough research yet. Or I have done research, but it's only been one-sided for most of my life, so I don't have a confident enough opinion. Not kind of Christian of you. Excellent point, Origin. Dang it. I ousted myself of a fake Christian. Yesterday I had my first tournament. I had 5.5 out of 5 at one point, but I lost the next 2 games due to lack of concentration. Oh, yeah, that's difficult as well. I was being a 2,000 FIDE guy, he flagged me dirty. I've done that. I had 2 minutes on the clock, not realizing I did not press the clock. Oh no. Well, in that case, that sounds like a huge success, Pigeons. Maybe bring the bully and give him modern weapons. He just get nuked. Thank you, Dog, for the follow. Yep, I got the game here, Cormac. And it's already such an interesting position. Bishop c2, d4, and then you got like some dynamic because you got a big center but a weakness on the c file. Well, yeah, but what? It was your first tournament, my guy. What it do in the brew? That really sounds like it should mean something, but it really doesn't. I love it, dude. FM title? Do it. I did not win a medal? It's your first tournament, bruv. You did amazing. No, low key, it would be someone like Tesla, someone science-y, because that's just how I feel about it. Or a philosopher. You saw what I was thinking if you're born in another country? I don't think about that, but what I think about a lot more is what would have happened if I stayed in the US instead of moving here when I was 13. C2, D5. I have a feeling Tesla would love quantum mechanics. I don't know why. I just feel like, you know, he'd be into that. Yes. It makes just as little sense as he does. Exactly. And it's like his kind of intuitive. Tesla driving a Tesla. He'd probably hate the Tesla, knowing Tesla. He's a bit of a contrarian, that one. He'd probably also hate Musk. In the same way he hated Edison. Because Musk is a lot closer to Edison than he is Tesla. Do you like mad geniuses? What do you mean like? I admire them from a distance. Tesla's an alien. Well, he said he was. I don't know. I admire mad geniuses from a distance. Again, there's so many dynamics here. The weak C pawn, but in return you get this amazing central space. Yeah. That's the whole point. We only build on top of other things. We haven't really created anything. Outside of, like, I don't know. I'm not sure I'd go that far, Void. Bring one fictional character to life, who would it be? Sherlock? Nah. Definitely not Sherlock. That's boring. Let me think. Because here's the problem. If you give me that question, my answer will immediately be like the fictional guy who solved cancer. Or something. Not solved. Who cured cancer. Or some, like, amazing scientist. Bring Turbo, the snail. You know what? Kind of based. No kidding. Marvel character? Yeah, like a Tony Stark or something. You know what I mean? Should be in novels. Graphic novels? Okay, sure. And human? Promise Tesla's not Tesla, but other people talk about Tesla. Either A, they think he did nothing, or B, they think it was some Superman set from outer space. Creations you don't understand. Oh yeah, no, he was neither. He was a slightly insane, smart guy who had some really impressive predictions about the future. And that's why it'd be so interesting to bring him, because not only is he smart and like had an intuitive understanding of science that would maybe come up with something, but also just seeing his reaction to all the stuff he predicted and some of the stuff he got wrong would be super interesting. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I don't feel either way about Tesla. Once again, Norwegian, you're welcome here. Adam Smith and Karl Marx for a debate. But both of them had such basic understandings of what they were talking about. Both of them did. We've, like, figured out so much more stuff since both of them have been around. That would be cool. I would love to see it, but I don't think we'd learn a lot from it. Don't get me wrong. As an economics student, love to see it. Rich Bad, Rich Good, Ooga Ooga. Kind of, yeah. Basically. Kind of. I would still love to see it, but I don't think it would be that enlightening. Fictional character. I'm still trying to come up with a fictional character. Rook B1? No, Rook B1 makes sense, but I love the way Cormac did this. Cormac's attacking intuition is quite good. It always has been. Even Queen A4, which is technically a bad move, is like such a difficult bad move to prove is a bad move. Like, I guess Queen D7? Even Queen D7 looks miserable. Bishop a3. Yeah, absolutely. Inventions are hidden by CIA and NASA. Are they? Seen Doctor Who? I've never seen where they go to Van Gogh in modern day and show that he's not enjoyed but loved me. Well, he was hated during his time. That would be cool too. No. That I saw that scene. That is one of like 2 good scenes from Doctor Who. As a confirmed Doctor Who hater, that's like 1-2 good scenes from Doctor Who. See, taking, and then it's saying taking, then Queen A4 afterwards. The point being that this is a little more active, and that he can kind of force a bit of a chicken liver trade in this position. Sure, well, but still way better. I can't even complain about that. Arrange a Christian marriage. Juliet was like 13, bro. I do not want any part of that. I want 0 part of that. Nothing to do with any of that. Get a stinking Turkey Tom video made about me. Goodness gracious. Yeah, King D7 is happening at some point. Queen A4, bishop takes B5. And then this is just beautiful. Like, oh, again, having the restraint to not play bishop A3 first is great. Rook A6 is just so dominant. And now look at just the pieces, man. Look at the pieces. This knight's terrible, but this knight and rook don't exist. Oh, come on. It was right there. The queen sack. Think game a TV show then? What do you mean? I liked it quite a lot. What does that have to do with Juliet being 13? Did I forget something about the show? No, bring her. Oh, okay. Okay, I thought that was referencing a previous comment. That would be interesting. Beth Harmon. But that'd be like, you know, Fisher to the modern day, where he wouldn't keep up in the same way that he would because of engines. Still hidden? I don't know how much I believe that. Pigeons. No, but then you bring the question of if there was a genius from a book, would their genius transfer? Because in some capacity, like the rules of their science are different than the rules of ours, right? Because they're from a fictional world with a fictional science. So like if you brought the person who invented warp travel from Star Trek to the real world, they wouldn't invent warp travel because we don't have the same physics system that Star Trek does. Queen D3 is a good move, but the queen sack. You know? So that's kind of makes it difficult. Like, would they keep the attribute that makes their character, you know? And in that sense, if they do keep it, then what's the difference between that and bringing someone like Dumbledore, because the magic system is the same as a science system. There's no difference between a magic system and a science system. Right? Unknown during his time. Still, I don't think he ever saw himself in some position in his lifetime. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. The queen sack. No, I'm surprised you didn't play it. It's such a move in your style that I would expect only you to find. Look how beautiful that is. And then you just play rook a8 calmly. And you concretely win a piece. Nothing. It's just nothing. You concretely win at least a piece. And get this completely destructive endgame. Anyway, but queen d3, you're still completely winning here. And then queen takes f7, and then rook g8, then there's knight g3. In we go. Knight h5, in we go. Knight f6. Oh, bishop c1 is... I mean, this is also mate. Michelangelo. Give him modern art museums to watch him go. You know what? Not a bad idea. Artist would low-key be one of the better ways of going. Low-key, an artist would be the way to go. Like, Norwegian's talking too. He's got a whole point. Being artists and let them roast each other's paintings. True! You're telling me that no one would fund Michelangelo, Norwegian. You're really trying to convince me that no modern person would want to fund Michelangelo. Like, come on. Bring Prime tall? Yes, now we're talking. And the queue's going real slow today, Jeffrey, because we are getting some good topics. Bishop c1 I just really like because it's so in the spirit of the position. All of the pieces working together in perfect harmony. Anyway. But, I don't know, this is the same thing. Oh, that's a pretty checkmate too. It's all pretty. This is a pretty game. This was a very nice game of chess. Never seen this opening play out in this way before. Live the stream, very. Not an artist, still yes, but not able to create the same mark. No, what? Fair enough. Fair play, fair play. All I will celebrate chess day. Can I remove 2 holidays instead of adding 1? Wait, 2 tile players in Blitz? Oh, that's pretty sick. Which ones? I have no idea. I should have thought of that before I asked the question. I just live in a country with like 54 national holidays, so I'm a little. What's the name? Stream going to be Saturday. Send the bishop back to d3 and nothing more gets ugly. Oh yeah, it got ugly fast. Is Octopus still here? I don't think so. I think Octopus left. Poor Octopus. Yep. That means it's Void's turn. Just want to do an Industrial Revolution and Consequences joke. Norwegian, don't worry. I really wanted when Ronnie first asked about bringing a fictional character to life, I was about to say Jesus again as a funny joke, but I stopped myself. You hate holidays or what? I don't hate them. There's a lot of them and they really interrupt the flow of life. Can I just have 364 holidays? Genius. Let's see how our boy Void did. This game isn't good? Oh yeah. Every day is a holiday if you're rich. That's true. They knew it February 29th. Oh, this year is a leap year. I completely forgot. I didn't even know. Your games are boring? Nah. Let's find out. Sure. So far, so good. A lot of pawn moves. I really prefer you to develop something. It's not end of the world, but just like something, man. Give me something. Too many pawn moves. Like e6 is even kind of too much. Just develop your pieces. Not a bad idea. Have that many holidays. Just imagine you have that many. It's not a good thing, in my opinion. Hey, if you liked it for your turn, Ronnie, that's no problem. Well, multiple? Exactly, Norwich. Just develop your pieces. All these pawns. There's too many pawns. Too many pawn moves. Too many pawn moves. Finally. Ah! Ah! Why? Why? It's been 8 moves and 7 of them have been pawn moves. Kaisa is crying. Kaisa's in great pain. Just play knight f6. If he wants to spend 8 moves taking 1 pawn, let him do it. But don't worry about it. It's half of the fun of streaming on Twitch is figuring out what people mean. Knight f6, knight g2. Bishop d6, castles, knight f4, rook e8. So many moves that do nothing. Okay. E takes, king h8. Nice. Paralogies do you find the most interesting? Ooh. That's a hard one. The one that's been on the mind is the Parable of the Talents. I feel like interpreting that one is a puzzle that I haven't quite gotten yet. Indians did the most base thing, removed national holiday, saved a billion and used on the military, removed the beloved holiday and used it on one part of the budget. The average citizen has 0 experience of. Oh my gosh. So that's a bad approach. That's going to make people a bit sour. Sure. And then 95. Wonderful. Easy. Easy free piece. Easiest piece I've ever seen. We need stronger militaries. Here we go. You're already like pro everything. Now we're getting pro military. This is just getting worse. How did you end up in my Twitch chat? I don't mind, but how did we get here? You name it again, I might as well read it. The Parable of the Talents, I think is what it's called. There's a number I find interesting, but that's the one that's been on my mind recently because I've been working on trying to interpret it. Because I feel like I, at the start, had a worse interpretation than I used to, and it's caused a lot of negative stuff in my life. So that one really hasn't, I wouldn't say it's the most interesting, but it's been on my mind. And the opponent just tilts, and then he just gives you free stuff. And then he just resigns, based. That was a good game. Do you have a personal piece to interpret? No. Part of Protestant Christianity is like the personal part of interpreting scripture. And so part of going to church is having a pastor preach about it, and I do Google and try, not Google, but I do look up and try to look for theologians I respect to see what their interpretations are, but then a part of it is the personal interpretation. Be a great evil priest? What do you mean evil priest? Oh, yeah, what kind of compliment or insult is that? I'm curious now. So I look for theologians who I respect, their opinions on it, and then also it's partially, you know, prayer and person. Rasputin? Oh, I would do that. If that were a viable career option, low key. Reverse exorcism. Reverse exorcism. You know what? Fair enough. Fair play. Fair play. Hey, if that were a viable career path, low key. That's just a private cult leader. Chess, never heard. We're devolving. We're losing brain cells. We're losing brain cells at an unprecedented rate. No, this is actually a very good game of chess. The only problem is I really don't like how many pawn moves you played in the opening. So many pawn moves. At some point, it becomes worth it to just let your opponent take a pawn just so you get the pieces out. Like, defending this pawn, I would rather my opponent spend 5 moves trying to take this than spend 1 move to defend it. Because that's like, I'm spending like opportunity cost, like 6 tempi to guard this pawn. It's not worth it. Spans are still here? Hi, I'm Panzer. Hi, Panzer. George is definitely not still here. Use one question. What would it be? Ah, yeah, no, you are. No, you definitely are. Low key. I guess priests don't like chess because, wow. Yeah, no, yep, that's Twitch chat. I don't know. I'd have to think a lot about it. I don't think I would have a question that I would like be able to. What is it called? There's this concept. Give me a second. There's this concept of ethics which I don't remember the name of. Oh, give me a second. Which is like the idea that it's possible for something to be good but not required to be a ethical person, and I'm not 100% sure about that concept existing, and I'm kind of curious about it, and so I would want like a direct confirmation. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Supererogatory. Yeah. So supererogatory, that's what it is. So do supererogatory acts exist? And if so, how do you know where the line is drawn? That's what it is. Now, that's, again, this changes like month on month. So this month, that's what's been on my mind. And so that's what I would ask. But it would change pretty frequently. Is there chess in heaven? Nah, there totally is. I don't even need to ask that. That's a guaranteed true. Oh, it's Homies' turn, but Homies is in here, so we're good. Biblical event, which will you choose? Noah's Ark. Well, I mean, I already said crucifixion, right? But if we're not doing anything from the life of Jesus, because again, that's cheating. Then again, I'm a Protestant Christian, so most of the focus, well, I mean, obviously, like creation stuff would be really cool. The Tower of Babel would be really cool. I don't know. I just realized I want to play this position. It took me forever. I knew there was a move I wanted to play, but I couldn't remember what it was. Exodus. Exodus would be interesting. It would probably be something New Testament. Again, Protestant New Testament bias, right? That'd be a terrible move. See, this is what always happens. A bunch of people join the queue earlier on, then they like get bored, and so then they all leave, and boom, the queue's already empty. It's puzzle streams with viewers answering first. So like puzzle streams featuring Meet Martin Luther King. Well, that's not a biblical event for a game. Well, I'll have Jeffrey show his games first, and then we can do yours if you'd like. Or a game, because Jeffrey has a game he wants to show. I know, but it's still not biblical. I mean, it's very important for Christian history, of course, but... And I definitely would. Well, Jeffrey's not responding either. Rip. Okay, what game did you want to show, Ronnie? Or did you want to play a game? Okay, let's. What was your chess.com name again? Because I don't remember. It was similar to your Ronnie 20. Oh, it's this exact same. Does my mom play chess? Not at all. She knows the rules, but she despises it. So you're supposed to play in the style of the closed Sicilian, if memory serves. I don't know if this is a way you're supposed to play this, but we'll see, right? I missed the opening. Reverse Sicilian. Reverse Sicilian. Effectively a reverse dragon. Now, I think I have this funny knight f5 move that normally doesn't exist, but in this specific position, the pieces are in just the wrong spot that I can play knight f5 and take his dark squared bishop, which I'm quite happy with. Maybe this was a bit early. Maybe I should have just pushed a little bit like this first, and then gone for f5. I would not mind taking this. Not one bit. How strong is the opponent? They're listed here as a 1744. How accurate that rating is, I do not know. But that's what's shown. Oh, I missed queen takes. So sad. So sad. I forgot that queen takes was a thing. Well, okay, now we just have to play desperation chess. Now it's desperation time. Ugh. This has been my chess the entire past 2 weeks. Not 2 weeks. Entire past week. I guess gods do bleed. I've been bleeding non-stop. An outpouring of blood for the past week. It's been like incredibly crazily bad week for me for my chess. That's life. I'm not like, it's not that big a deal, but this is real proof that Maybe gods don't bleed, but I sure as heck do. I mean, I'm going to keep playing because I don't believe in resigning, but if ever a position were resignable, this one is. Very bad. I think knight here was infinitely better. Threaten the fork, you know? Make me play a move I don't want to play. This is still a very bad position for me, but I'm still going to keep playing. I disagree with that. I don't... Anyone can lose any position. That's something you really will start figuring out as you play more chess. Anyone can lose anything. Anyone can lose anything. King h7, bishop h6. Both of those have their own problems. I'm considering them both, but... Don't see how to improve? I see how to improve, but I'm just trying to find the most accurate way of doing so. I'm also considering like c6, d5. Rook a d8. Rook a d8 is something I'm considering as well, but if he takes, then I'm happy because he's wasting a tempo. This is not a position where I can worry myself with tempi moves. I need to play fast because there's no way playing slow will win. Playing slow is always going to lose. Playing slow will always lose. So I must play fast. This is not a position for timidness. I need to play urgent chess. You need to play at the pace the position demands. This position demands urgent chess. Oh, I'm sure it is. It seems like the type of thing I'd enjoy, because normally I do like some biting satire. Can't decide if g7 or h7 was better. Both seem bad. I mean, sure, buddy. Whatever you say. I don't like this move. I think this was a bad move. Again, everything is losable. Look at this position already. Like, timeout here. Look how much better this is than it was 2 moves ago. Still bad for me, don't get me wrong. But compared to 2 moves ago. Still, very bad position. But, like, it's not immediately obvious how you play here as white. Because, like, that move looks good, but I think I have d4. And now maybe you could play e4, but maybe you can't. It's not immediately obvious. And we went from I'm immediately obviously losing to it's not immediately obvious. That's a huge improvement. That's such a big improvement. This is what I mean. Everything is losable. Literally everything is losable. d5 as well. No, absolutely. But I'm just saying. You take them. You take what your opponent gives you. You take the gift. Of course he gave me d5. That's the point. That's the reason I'm saying any of this. Is because he gave me that move. I should not have been allowed to play that. He has 2 non-productive checks, and I can take on this next move. Looks best. DE3. That's what I'm considering. DE3 followed by Queen F4. That's, again, I'm definitely losing. Don't get me wrong. How you win this might take a little bit to figure out. And that's all you can hope for. I can't do any more than that. Looks good to me. It's terrible. I'm losing. I can see how I'm losing, but I don't need to see how I'm losing. He needs to see how I'm losing. That's his job, not mine. My job is to make it as hard as possible for as long as possible. Maybe I solve it. Maybe he makes a mistake. Maybe he doesn't. But that's not my concern. My concern is to give him as many problems to deal with as possible. Complications, complications, complications. See, it's equal. It is not equal. He has a very cleanly objective way of preventing me from doing literally anything and just winning the game on the spot. Whether or not he'll find it is a different matter. That's his job. Even your piece down, it's not equal though. Very clearly not equal. But that's not my job to figure out. Your bishop is strong? Not that strong. Again, we'll see what he does. We'll see how this turns out. But it is very much not equal. I'm very much losing. 96? Well, I know that. That's the problem. With 96, I was thinking king f6, and I wasn't sure what he does. Again, it's obviously it's bad, but it's not obvious how to take advantage of it. Queen h2? He doesn't have queen h2. Well, 96 queen h2, I can't play that because I'm in check. Again, it's a complicated position with a number of annoying threats. Actually, it would have to be king f7, not king f6. Need to be careful. That would have been a blunder. Knight h3 for white, probably. Knight h3 looks good, but is it good? I don't know. Again, it's really hard to find moves in this position. G5? G5, I'm a little worried about rook h1. I'm not sure what I'm threatening. G5, G4, he just takes. Like, it's not... Nothing's really threatened. And plus G5, he can move his knight now. So he might have some funny knight move. Again, I'm calculating first and then playing after. Because I have the time to. There's no rush. Like, my first thing is, why not like queen d4? I guess I could play queen c4 after. Queen c4, rook c, rook cd, rook c1. Rook d8. I have 2 pawns. So maybe I play knight d, or maybe I play queen d4, and then like rook a d8, and I play the 3 pawns for the knight. That might be worth it. Or maybe I do go g5, g5, g4. This is also something I have to deal with at some point. G5, G5, just queen c3. G5, queen c3. The problem is I don't have any good way of stopping him from taking this pawn, because if I just push again, then he takes the pawn check. I can't take the knight currently. Maybe I do go g5 and just let him take. But then after I let him take, where do I move my king? My king doesn't have a good square. King h7. King h7 is only this square comes, so he takes here anyway. And then I haven't made any progress. If I play g4 there, then... Now my king is definitely feeling weak. I'll probably lose. Oh, I disagree with that. We'll see. I want to go for this. I think it's the right kind of complications. g5 just blunts off the strongest thing in my position. Bishop f4. Bishop f4 is something to consider, but then I play knight takes immediately. I'm playing the endgame. Because I think the practical problems in this endgame are actually very annoying. Bishop f4 knight takes is the immediate move you play. Part of the point of why this is not that bad for me is because of how bad this knight is. What do you had, queen h2 then? Oh, you're saying in this position, bishop f4? Yeah, but then what's my threat? I'm not gonna play that then. In that case, I play a rook h1. What's my threat? Rook h1, I'm threatening to take here as white. Bishop f4 is met by rook h1. I was thinking of that, but it doesn't work. I have too many things I need to stop at the same time. That's the problem in my position. Just sticking to the e5 pawn? Nah. Hello, homies. My turn next? Yeah, sure. No, it's not. It's someone else's turn next. No, wait, we're playing Ronnie. Yeah, no, maybe. I'll have to think. Give me a second. I'm in a position where I don't have much time, and so I'm trying to play this without losing. This is a complex position. It's legitimately difficult to play. Like, I go here, I think? Maybe? I just don't feel like giving him this pawn makes the most sense. Think was in the right thing, probably. He's low on time. I figured this endgame with these connected passers was very complicated. Which it still looks very complicated. I don't necessarily disagree with my choice yet. Maybe I will at some point, but... This is weak. This is weak. The second rank is weak. I don't see a way for him to easily defend really anything, but... It feels like a very difficult position to play. Rook c2 is always a move. Yeah, like, look at this. Can I play that? No, he has rook e7, but rook e7... No, I can't play it. What am I doing? I'm stupid. Problem is rook e7 is really annoying. So I kind of don't want to allow it, but I don't have a better thing to do. I could just play rook e7 though. What am I doing? Rook e7. Of course rook e7. If he takes here, then I just play king takes, and that's good for me. Not good for me, but... Rook d8. No. This is better. Then something like g5. Again, I'm definitely worse probably losing in this position, but it's not easy. And my goal is to make it not easy. That's the only thing I can do in this position, is make it not easy. Now, like, this is a problem for him. These pawns are a problem. He's got a lot of problems. Yeah, that looks good, but now rook d7. And this is what I mean. Rook d7 here is very annoying. I don't like this move. I think this was a bad move. Actually, I think this was bad. It was a free tempo. What are you going to do? Check me? I'm very not scared of that check. The amount I'm not scared of that check is honestly impressive. I'm shocked by how not scared of that check I am. Now I have like this and this. Ah, disgusting. Knight f3. Let him play knight f3. I don't care. Do you know how little I care about knight f3? Do I play h3 here? I think I play h3. I'm not afraid of this. Ronnie is a cheater? Warned you? I don't know. He isn't playing like a cheater. He's playing like a human right now. This has been a very human game of chess. So maybe they are, but I've not seen any meaningful evidence to it, so. Like, look at this. Look how difficult this position is. Oh, come on. There's got to be something here. Oh, yeah, it's just mate. Cool. Told you. Told you that endgame was difficult. Not a cheater? I didn't think you were a cheater. People accuse other people of cheating all the time. I just move on with my life. Telling you. Blocks for h2. I see. Because you I just move on with my life. I've been called a cheater too. It happens. Been called a cheater multiple times. Queen d2 here wasn't good. Okay, so first off, I know very little about this opening. The stuff I know about this opening only comes from me playing the dragon as the black pieces. Shaw's, can we please? I can't ban people for cheating accusations from other streams when chess.com hasn't taken action. I haven't seen anything proving anything. Okay, so for now, can we quiet it down, please? Anyway, knight takes e3. Letting me take on e3 was probably bad. Now bishop e6 was just terrible. But and knight e4 lost a piece. So the opening I feel like was successful for black because I didn't face any real problems in this opening. I've equalized here very clearly. I have the bishop pair. You don't have any more central space than I do. That knight's kind of nice, but I can get rid of it fairly easily. I'm pretty certain something like knight e7 would have been better than what I played. And then I'm just going to play c6, and you have no advantage. Nothing to speak of. Not a... Again, if you want to play this sort of way as white, go for it. But you have to be aware it's a fight of the bishops. And so why this is a good idea to try to trade off the bishops like you were planning, you went for it too quickly, and you didn't solidify your position first. Now I gave you a free piece, but so now you are up a piece. That means there are two options. Either I'm going to resign, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to roll over and die by playing passive moves, which I'm also not going to do. Or I'm going to try to go for a completely unsound attack against your king and see if I can create more complications than you can deal with the 9 minutes you have on the clock. And so knowing me, and first off, if I resign, you don't have to think. If I roll over and die, you don't have to think. So the only scary option here is if I go for a completely unsounded attack against your king and hope it works. So that's what I'm going to do. And so you have to be prepared for that. Meaning knight c2 isn't amazing. You want pieces around your king. If you can afford to. Pieces around your king is going to help. These attacks are a lot weaker when you have pieces. Number one. Number two, knight e4. I feel like this is a better square for the knight. This pawn is under attack, and you're threatening this e7 square, which means I have to play a king move. Gives you a tempo. d4 here as well. Break open the position. Make me feel it. Make me feel pain. Yeah, I saw no evidence of anything from this game. d4, and you make me feel the pain. Knight e4 is a little bit. So this is second move in a row. Third. This is your second move in a row where you've had an option, you played timid. This is required, but this is so now bishop h3, b4. b4 is fine. I like the idea of attacking where you have an advantage, but you have to keep in mind what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack your king. It's not going to work. It shouldn't work when I'm going to try it. Rook a c8. I don't love rook a c8 either. Again, I'm going to ignore this. I will let you win 5 pawns. I will let you win all of these pawns and my rook if it means I even get the thought of an attack on your king, because I'm already down a piece. If you want to play that way, then sure, go for it, but I really wouldn't recommend it, because while in normal chess that sort of thing is okay, giving your opponent something to get something is okay, because you don't have any way of guaranteed win. You have a guaranteed win here, so giving me anything makes 0 sense, even if you get something in return. h5, h4, bishop h6, f3, king g7, c5. This is what I mean. It's like, get away from this stuff. Or like rook b1, or like rook cd1 or something. And then c5, you gave me d5 for free. And now, while you're still winning, suddenly it's more complicated. The position is no longer easy. If this, what is this, move 25? If we go back to move 20, this is an easy position. If we move forward a little bit, this is no longer an easy position. Now this is a slightly difficult position. e3, d4. Again, now you have to think. Maybe I should have played g5. Maybe this wasn't even a good move. I almost played g5. I was just like, you know, I didn't really see the point. Oh, I get queen g4 here. Okay, so that's bad. So you have to take with this one. Yeah, it's like, okay. Maybe this. Maybe just queen e2, just to avoid all the problems. And then knight e3. And okay. Again, it's better, but it's hard. It's hard. But I played d4 because I was trying to play more direct, more... I should have played this because it complicates things more. I played too simply. This was a mistake. Knight e4, t takes, knight takes, queen f4, knight g5 is good, queen takes. Then knight h3. Once again, you're playing passively. Check, and then I would have played king f7. I could tell you because that's what I was preparing for. Then king rook h1. I don't remember what I calculated here. I think I was going to play queen f6. Yeah, I would have played queen f6. And then you take on f8, and I've got nothing. I did mention g5. I almost played g5, but you mentioned g5 like 2 moves before that, I believe. But not in that position. g5 was always an idea, but I don't think it was in that position. Are those hippos? They're cute. Anyway. But knight h3 is another passive move. And so now the position's gone from +6 to +1. You're still better, but now it's just slightly. And this was not the most accurate. It was bishop f4 here. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Now I just play around this pawn mess. Oh, there you go. Anyway, I didn't play the most accurate chess of all time, but this position's already quite difficult. Hippos are ugly. The mental fortitude it took me to not say you're ugly. Anyway, rook c3 is bad. I almost played this. I just didn't see what I was doing after this move. d2, king g1. Bishop takes, rook takes, rook h2. Oh, I bring the rooks in this way. Huh. Well, I didn't see that. So I played... So look how many chances he gave me to draw this. It'll be your turn in a second. Rook c2 check, king g1, rook f7, knight takes h6. And that's the last straw, because now you let my rook get all the way in, and now you're losing. Despite being up a piece the entire game, it's no longer enough. h3 was the best. Whew, I was a little scared there. I wasn't exactly sure. Here I was trying to calculate. Ooh, rook h2 just works. Oh yeah, I'm just mating you. Dory. Okay, so then what can you actually play here? Like actually, what can you play? Youch. Red is just this. It was still equal. Here it's not equal anymore. It was equal until knight g5. So knight g5, it's rook d2, and you're already losing. You can't hold this position. The rooks are too strong. My pawns are too strong. Again. I'm going to play to make the position more complicated. You should learn attacking. This was not attacking. This was not for lack of attacking chess. This was for lack of almost confidence. You're up a piece, and you're up a clean piece. You and me both know that in this position, I have zero compensation for the piece. I have nothing. Because this position is equal beforehand. So in an equal position, I just gave you a piece. No compensation. I get nothing. And so from that, we can glean that I have nothing. And if I have nothing, it should be my job to prove I have something. You should be looking at my position with extreme skepticism. You kind of believed me. I'm not sure why you believed me, but you did. If all this goofy stuff was happening, just move the knight back and say, what the heck are you doing? What do? I play like f4? I'm laughing at you? Exactly. You should be laughing at me. Because this is funny. Are you playing viewers? Yes, I am. Bananonymous. That's actually a good name. I like that a lot. Now I play like g5 or something. I try to be scary. I just play like knight e4. I play g4. Just go knight e4. I have nothing. I have nothing. I have nothing. But you moved all of your pieces to the queen side and then started pushing a bunch of pawns on the queen side whenever you got a free move. Chess is funny. And so because of that, I got a bunch of tempi on the king side that I got to use to complicate things. Okay. Now pawn chain, yeah, but okay, I play f4, you play queen d2. What was the move I played in this position? Queen c8. I mean, if you're not comfortable playing with mutual pawn pushes, then you shouldn't be playing the reverse Sicilian like this. Can I challenge you? Exclam, join the queue. When it's your turn, you absolutely can. Like, you have to kind of get used to having pawns thrown at you if you're going to play the reverse Sicilian. Or going to play into these lines of the reverse Sicilian. Because if I didn't blunder a piece, it'd be the same. I'd be going for the exact same thing. I just wouldn't be down a piece when doing it. No problem. I'm more offended that I won this game than I am that I blundered a piece. I've been blundering pieces all week. Again, this is the kind of the idea. If you're playing reverse Sicilian and playing into this position, right? And if you're playing g3 here, you're going to get, like, pawns thrown at you. That's the nature of the beast. Because I have no better way of playing this as black. That I know of. I'm just learning chess not as strong as you. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm not trying, but that's why I'm saying this, right? That's why I'm trying to help. It's because this was a game you absolutely could have won. But learning how to deal with the mutual pawn pushes. See, the way you need to think about it, you need to think about pawn pushes not as pawn pushes, but as ways to break through, right? Ways to create weaknesses. Like, I need, because there's certain things I need in order for my attack. I think so much Bananonymous for the fall. There's certain things I need for my attack to even make the most remote sense. I need an open file. I need an open diagonal. I need my pieces over there. Remember, you need 2 more pieces attacking than defending in order for your attack to work. So I need all this stuff to get my attack to become meaningful, right? And so if I don't have a way of getting all of that, then I don't have an attack. It's smoke and mirrors. I'm trying to trick you. So in this position, it's all smoke and mirrors. What am I going to do? If you don't push any of these pawns and just wait, what is my plan? How do I get an attack here? Like, do I push h5, h4, and then take? And take 2 times and create a weakness on g3? Maybe double the rook? Okay, let's say you start giving me tempi, right? Let's say you start giving me tempi. So I played queen c8 here, which makes my intentions pretty clear. Bishop h3. Okay. Do I take your bishop? I think I do. So let's say I take your bishop. Then I go queen d7, you go rook c1, I go rook f7, you go rook a1, I go rook f8. Okay, now what's my attack? Still. There are a5 lines. There's a ton of moves in these positions, but that's not what we're focusing on. Okay, so I've doubled my rooks. What's my threat now? Open the file? Okay. I'm giving you a free move. Taking the pawn. Great. So, you can take either way. If I'm white here, I'm up a pawn. No, I'm up a pawn. I'm up a piece. My first instinct is to take with F. Usually you would probably take with H, but let's say you take with F because you're up a piece. Okay, open the file. HG is more principled, but in this position I'm up a piece. Let's trade rooks. This isn't a slight exception to the normal rule. Nothing, just an exchange on winning. Exactly. That's what I mean. Right? So you have to take some time. And maybe like in classical chess, what I do is I walk to the bathroom and I splash my face with water. Because I get scared too. It happens all the time. But you have to think, you have to say, okay, what is he actually trying to do? What is my threat? Hello. What, like, again, what am I trying to do? What if you give me 5 tempi, what am I doing to? And the answer is nothing. Like, in this position, let's say you play, like, b5 or something. What am I doing? I play g5? Okay, let's say you play. I'm just playing dumb moves. I still don't, I have, now I play, let's just queen e1. Now I double. Okay, let's just be silly goobers for a brief moment here. Let's say you want to reroute your knight to c3. h4. Okay, now it's suddenly scary because I got pawns all the way up on here. gf4. Again, I'm ignoring any possible good moves white could play. Just play f3 check. Okay. Let's say you play the silly goober move. F3 check, E takes, G takes, King H1. And I play rook G1. I'm still not threatening anything. I don't have a knight. No, the rook. Okay. I have 2 knights for the rook. I'm still happy here as white. Well, my point isn't if it looks good or not. My point is first off, I can't play queen h3 here because knight g5, and I'm about to infiltrate with my queen. So you have to play something like rook g7 first. And then I play knight d5. And then I play like queen h6. I'm still not threatening anything. Still. Again, this is a very extreme example. But white has done nothing but move the rook back and forth all game and push some pawns on the queen side. Again, you have to... Part of playing these positions where you invite the attack is you have to know if the attack works or not. And what works and what doesn't. Right? That's something you have to kind of get comfortable with. Because everyone, especially people who sense the nerves, will try to bluff in chess. Yep, I am. This is actually a game I'm analyzing that I just played against viewer. Everyone is going to bluff in chess, especially when they're losing. That's a thing good players do constantly. I'm not calling myself a good player. I'm just saying people do it. Is if you're losing, you bluff. If you're winning, you tell the truth. But if you're losing, you bluff. It's like playing poker or something. If you've got a good hand, you don't need to lie. You just win. Right? But if you're losing... Hey, in poker, you might lie when you're winning in order to get more points, but you do the same in chess, right? You make it look not as good as it is. I don't know. Let's check the list. But in poker, if you're losing, the first thing you do is you lie. You're like, oh, I'm not losing, I'm winning. Shh. Look, have you seen this position? I'm totally winning. I have full compensation for that piece. Full compensation. You're the one who should be scared. Yeah, next is homies because he lost his kid. But that means we'll put homies at the back of the queue next. I'm down a piece. No, you should be scared. I'm not the one down a piece here. I'm the one attacking. Now put your mitts up, you know? It's like, you know, how there's like those animals, how like cats stand up on their hind legs and like arch their back. I will. Let the hair on their back arch up to make themselves look really big, you know, when they're fighting somebody. Or peacocks, how they got the whole... So a skill in chess is being able to tell when someone's lying or not. I'm not very good at it, but it is a valuable skill. Cheating is unusual. I don't really care. You can if it'll make you feel better, but I don't really care, Ronnie. I'm not worried. When a 1600 loses a piece like this in the opening, they resign. When anyone stronger than that loses a piece in the opening, they puff out their chest, they make themselves look as big as possible, and they start shouting threats at the opponent. I'm not, again, Ronnie, don't worry about it. When 1600s do this, they resign. When 2000s, 2100s do this, they don't resign. They lie. They bluff. This is a bluff. All of this is a bluff. And you start pushing pawns on your king side. And again, it's still winning for a very long time just because of how good your position is. I'm not worried, Ronnie. Again. Okay, it's homies' turn. I've been accused by cheating. I've actually never been accused of cheating by another streamer, just by chat. Now, it was Gotham's chat who accused me, but that's beside the point. Again, relax, Ronnie. I'm not accusing you of cheating. It was Gotham's chat who accused me of cheating, but Gotham didn't accuse me of cheating, so it was fine. I lived. You declined my challenge. Based boy, just never be good at chess, so you never get accused of cheating. Easy dubs. Easy dubski. Right? Don't worry about it, homies. Relax. Y'all stress a lot. I stress a lot too. But thankfully, I'm not the one who needs to be in the stress. I'm not like in the stress position here. My rating doesn't match my skill, so I get accused. My rating matches my skill. Well, it didn't at the time. To be fair, at the time, it didn't. I still lost, so I got accused of cheating even though I lost. Imagine that. Homies is cooking? Let him cook. I'm just giving the pawn back. I don't care. Do you think online class one-on-one will help? If so, how many hours? I'm self-taught, but I do think coaches do help. Especially if you get a good one. Yeah, I got you. Do it after 2,000 rating, probably. I disagree with that, but that's only because I haven't started offering my coaching services yet. I intend to soon, and when I do, then I'll tell you who's the best coach. Because it'll just be me. No, ignore that, ignore that. Have an IM offer? If you can afford it, I would say go for it. Self-taught as a W? Yeah. I'm a little annoyed by it some days, but it does mean I get to brag a little. Yeah, it's a bluff. It's not worth getting coach on lower ratings? I don't think so. Because you can get past lower ratings pretty quick. And plus, I don't know. But I can tell you my little brother's learning a lot faster with me as a coach than I did without me as a coach. Now that's like a best case scenario for coaching because he's literally my little brother, but again, that's the problem. I don't have the experience of being coached at low level or at high level at all. So I don't know what's worth it, what's not. Every time I've been around a grandmaster who's given me tips, I felt like I've learned a lot, but are 10 hours enough? Try it. Because you don't need to commit the entire 10 hours, do you? Or is it like a group, or is it like a mass purchase sort of thing? Because ideally you would try it like 2-3 sessions. If it's improving, if you're improving because of it, then continue. And if it's not, then don't. Right? Because no honest coach is going to say keep going if you're not if it's not helping. You know what I mean? A game where I cooked up an NM? I've done that too. No, I've cooked up an FM. Don't think it's the same. Yeah, I've tried. He's good. Maybe I'll continue. Again, I don't know how expensive it is for you, so. I cooked up. Ah, okay, now that's different. That's different. Oh, so you really cooked him. Ah, okay, I see, I see. So not only did he get cooked, but you were also cooking. No, 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 no. I got you, I got you. It's like $15 per hour. That's not bad. For an IM chess coach, not bad. I will be taking that. I literally almost play perfect. Ah, those are the games that make chess worth it. Coach, I tried 3 different coaches on one that was awesome. It was really worth it. Absolutely. I would say that's probably the approach. See, remember how I said 1600s would resign when they lose a piece? Remember how I said that? In 2000, a few months? Oh, yeah, for sure. Remember how I said 1600s be resigning when they lose a piece? Never resign? Absolutely. In online rapid chess, like I get it, classical chess, you lose a rook and your opponent has an hour on the clock, right? Okay, fine. I still wouldn't, but fine. But we're playing 10-0 rapid and you blunder a piece. Now we play these out. Does my opponent really know how to checkmate with Rook and King? You know what I mean? Does he really? Does he really know? Again, a high degree of skepticism. This isn't even a good move. That's the ultimate punchline. This is not even a good move. My philosophy was, hey, you take, I take with knight, and I'm happy. I'm happy. Which the problem is I give you c4 tempo, but okay. What's your brother's elo? On chess.com, he's like 1850, 1900. I don't remember. I haven't checked in a few days. Oh, for sure. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. The bird theory, but never tried it. Hey, play it if you want. So my little brother's not like a savant or something, but oh come on, Void. What's the worst that can happen? You lose some elo. I lose elo every day, and you don't see me complaining about it. That's not true. I do complain about it a lot, but that's beside the point. Speaking of, no, but again, my little brother's not like a savant or anything, but you know, he's fairly strong for his age, given the country we're in, because you know, Macedonia's a small country with not a lot of monetary investment, so the standards are a bit lower. I think everyone used to play the King's Gambit. I know I did. Hey, Kate, welcome back. King's Gambit is good. True. 2070. Hey, you're higher rated than I am. I didn't tilt twice. Hey, that's huge. That's bigger than the rating for me. That's bigger than the rating for me. 2000 mid. I know, I've hit 22, but I got sick and now I've lost all my elo. 800's where it at. Now we're talking. Okay, hold on a second. C4, C4, sure. Nice. G7. If knight f6, e5, is that really that scary? If e5 here, can't we go maybe knight g4, but I guess it is scary. Gotta go have a nice stream. Thank you, Ronnie. Have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you stopping by. Looks annoying. Fair enough. Fair enough, but can we play d5? If we can, then it's definitely best. Works for chess.com. Ooh, that's scary. Can we play this? I think we could play this. What are we afraid of? I mean, come on. It's like a Scandinavian, but better, because the d-pawn's isolated. It's like a good Scandinavian. I did want to go d5. Then why didn't you? Makes this look dumb. And this. Again, it's not like you're winning or anything, but I wouldn't mind this position. His pieces look horribly misplaced. Okay, fair enough. Go bar. Ooh, that sounds cool. d5. Well, d5 now is just as good. I'm not complaining about this either. d4 I don't love. This bishop is forever terrible. This bishop is forever terrible. Think about the future of your bishops. And ask me to help them? Oh, that's sick. That's super cool. I don't like d5. I don't like d4, sorry. Again, you have to think about your bishops. This bishop doesn't have a future. This bishop doesn't have a future. I guess this bishop you could play b6 and go here. Opa. You can play b6 and go here, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Miles plays chess. I feel like I've heard of him, but I'm not super familiar with the name off the top of my head. I'm closing queue, which means everyone already in the queue will still get their game, but no one new can join. Oh. Okay, there you go. Kate got in just in time. Okay, then I know whose that is. Black square bishop belongs to e7. Yeah. Yeah, but look at this isolated pawn. It's ugly, and you get free square. Isolated pawn and free square, though. Here, no free square, no isolated pawn. My through enemy knows a draw. Isolated pawn, free square. Positional weaknesses. Yum, 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 yum. To the point where the computer's saying to play d3 here is white and just gambit a full pawn. That's how you know it's bad. d4 I don't like. Just create weaknesses. Create problems. Heck, he can't even really take this. Because now look at what we're cooking. Here come all my pieces. Let's go. All of my pieces have supernatural squares to be developed to. What is he going to do? Look at this position. Not a pawn? Yeah, look at that square, though. Oh. Can I use my head more often? You do. Look at this. Look at how beautiful this is. This is already near winning for black. Material is even. It's almost winning. Just because of pawn structure and piece placement. And piece, like, the way pieces can move. Like, where does he move his pieces? Knight c3, what is it doing? Nothing. Nothing. If he ever puts a piece on d6, you snap that sucker up immediately. Without even thinking. So much harmony in this position. This is like yin and yang. Harmony is black and dissonance is white. White's pieces are completely chaotically placed. They're like randomly placed. This is ChatGPT playing as the white pieces here. Hodgepodge. Piece soup. I would lose that? Of course, but I would lose everything against Magnus Carlsen. That's not the point. Point is it's pretty. A3, knight f5. Okay. Bishop e7, sure. Almost. This is hanging. Knights. This pawn is what we call overworked. This pawn has to defend both this and this. So you can take one and then attack the other. Overloaded. Now queen takes g5 and you take this and then you take this. Same difference. It's an overworked pawn. It's begging to die. Bishop e4. g6. g6 I don't love. g6 I do not love. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it a stack. I feel like you're creating these dark squared holes in your position for no reason. I don't see a purpose. Why are we playing g6? What are we afraid of? Are we afraid of bishop takes? I'm not sure. I don't. This g6 is bad. You're just creating dark square weaknesses for no reason. And you're making it harder to play justify h6, which is what you want to play in the future, and giving him a method of attack by f5 in the future. No. g6 isn't good. There's no cohesion. No cohesion here. I'd rather play h6. What's he going to do? You can't do anything. The knight's guarding the square. Now, if he ever takes, then that feels suspicious. Like, if he decides to get fancy, you castle long, and now you have an open g-file for your rook. And this diagonal being wide open, and this g-file, ooh, that, my friend, is called an attack. I will give you 5 pawns to have this attack. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's go. I want you dead. This bishop has no future. This knight has no future. This rook has no future. He's playing without half his pieces. I've got an open file directly to his queen, directly to his king. His queen's trapped. The bishop is wide open. It's beautiful. Beautiful. The complete opposite kind of harmony. Before we had positional harmony. Now this is attacking harmony. Everything's working together for the same goal. He should play d3 just to prevent you from playing d3. Queen e6, his queen's trapped. Come on, look at this stuff, man. Let's play like queen g3. That's hideous. Rook dg. Let's go. Like rook e1 or something. And I am like one bad day away from taking on e5. I can't yet, but I am so close to. You would not believe how close I am to taking on e5. h4 try. Or no, just double rooks. Just double rooks, Kate. What is he going to do? Just double rooks. I am like, I am just, I am trigger happy to take that. It doesn't work yet, but I really want to. I will double rooks, and then I will take, and then I'll take this, and then you will lose. Like, what do you do? I'm gonna play f6. I'm gonna play f6, and I'm gonna take this. I have so many, like every single piece of white structure, I have a clear and obvious way of chipping away at. It's the ideal attacking position. I'm going to double. I'm going to play f6. I'm going to play h5, h4. I'm going to take. It's just... True Void. Yeah, that's kind of urgent. Every single structure in white's position either hurts him or I have a very easy and simple way of just chipping away at. Plays itself. But okay. Skill issue, true. So I'm begging him to take on g7. I'm not preventing it. Anyway, h6. No, e6. Okay. What are you afraid of? This is a closed center position. What attack does he have? He gave me a full piece. What does he have for his full piece? Remember how I talked earlier about calling bluffs? This is a bluff. Do you want to know why it's a bluff? Remember, you need 2 more attackers than defenders. You need 2 more attackers than defenders to successfully execute an attack. Explain to me where those 2 pieces are going to come from. White has 1 piece developed. White has another piece that can develop. This can't develop, this can't develop, this can't develop. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defenders. White has 1 attacker. And white can get another attacker. This is a bluff. This is a complete bluff. There's nothing here. It's scary in the moment, but there's nothing here. Void got scared. In this position, white decided to sack a piece. It doesn't work. It can't work. No, that's the most important distinction. That's the distinction I'm making. Now, this is not what happened. Void played queen d7, but I'm arguing in favor of taking this. There's a difference between doesn't work and can't work. This is not doesn't work. This cannot work. It is, by the laws of chess, it is impossible for bees to fly. It is impossible for this to work. Forget e3. This cannot work. There's no way that this sacrifice works. The laws of chess demand that this be bad. They demand it. And turns out it is bad. So in this position, you spent a minute. That minute should be spent counting pieces. Okay, takes, king d7. He has to take this to try to do something. Takes, queen takes. Queen takes. King c7. Let's count. He has 1 attacker. I have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 defenders. 6 defenders versus 1 attacker. Does he have 2 more attackers than defenders? No. We gaming. And does he have an obvious way to bring in more attackers? b4 does not work. d3 does. He can play it, but isn't productive. He needs at least like 5 moves, and by the time he plays 5 moves, you'll trade off queens. Scared of something doesn't exist? Exactly. And you spent a minute on it, so clearly you were thinking about it. But I think you were just calculating lines too much. I'm being optimistic, Kate. Or pessimistic, I guess. I was like, maybe he does have something. Count. Does he have 2 more attackers than defenders? And does he have a way to get there if he doesn't? If he doesn't, does he have a way to get it there? Like break open the center. Can he sack another piece to explode the center? He can't even do that. He has nothing. It's smoke and mirrors. Okay, now you better take that knight. Oh no, this is even better. Knight g7. Takes g7. You know what? Sure. The knight's trapped. You could have just walked over and taken the knight with king. But okay, sure. I feel like you didn't even consider that. I feel like you didn't calculate this. Then you play the savage d3. Okay, no, I would never find that in my entire life. You just take. But d3 is such a savage move. That's such a... Like, I'm not even going to take the free piece. I'm going to play d3. That's spicy. I like that a lot. Because you have to think about it this way, guys. The positional advantage is better than the piece. Which... Because you know what the positional advantage is? This, I take one piece. This, I take 1, 2, 3 pieces. These 3 pieces will never develop. For the rest of the eternity, these 3 pieces will never develop. So this is taking 3 pieces. This is the same as capturing 3 pieces. That's nice. I like that a lot. Okay, anyway. But okay, it doesn't matter. Knight takes g7, slightly inaccurate, but okay, we game. Queen g4 is a very good move. Knight takes e5, I like a lot. Excellent. Okay. You're solving your problems. Rook g8, sure. 2, knight e3, wonderful. Beautiful, your imperial trade-off. Queen f2, e2. Nice. Oh. Ignoring all the pieces being hanging, just... Very easy win. Ooh, I like that a lot too. Excellent. Very clean execution. Hilariously clean. There's just a little too much cowardice. And a little too much lack of awareness of what the positional advantages of your position are. You know what I mean? Okay, we're not doing homies right now because I just played them and other people want to play. We'll do homies later. Bananimous. Bananimous. Is it bananimous or is it bananimous? It's not too boring? It's not boring. Boring is you play 20 moves and then you draw. Do I send a challenge? Oh, no, wait. I'm not playing you yet. Wait, I just said I wasn't playing you yet. Goodness gracious. I can't even listen to my own words. You can send a challenge, or you can just tell me your chess.com name, and I'll send a challenge. Either way, chess is sometimes boring. Either way, just make it, like, unrated. Time control doesn't matter that much as long as it's, like, 10-0 or faster. But unrated is fine. I'll play you, homies. Just not right now. Other people want their turn, too. Is it bananimous or bananimous? Challenge sent. I hate the chess.com interface. Fair enough. Play e4, d4, knight c3 in the Karen you experience boring. There's some not boring lines there. Both works. How am I supposed to read your name as both? That makes even less sense than either one of the other 2 options. I mean, it starts with a B, but, like, the word both has, like, a TH. There's no TH in your name. Anonymous. Hello, Ravon. Your entire life would beat the Sicilian dragon. I mean, what kind of question is that? I think this is fine, right? What are you playing? I'm currently playing Bananimous. Yeah, Nightorf would be a good choice. Because you'd want an opening that would last you for that long, you know? The Nightorf totally would last you for that long. Don't know any theory for this position. Should be castling queenside, right? Maybe I play d5. d5 looks logical. I create a weakness, but I also get my pieces developed in a very natural way. If I'm castling queenside, then I don't really care. d5 looks rational. I just switched the Night Orf. How you liking it? At GM level, I would die. Well, GM level, you would die no matter what opening you play. That's not a good criteria. You can't judge an opening by if you would die at GM level playing it. That's not fair. I would have to use the rest of my life. Yeah. Sure. I think I'm fine here. SGK Blitz, my peak is 1938. Oh, you can totally get that, Ravon. It will not take that much study. He can definitely get higher too, I agree, but... He says current ELO was... Oh, his peak is 1938, so I don't know what his current is necessarily, but... I'll assume it's somewhere around his peak. To win a tournament and actually be Game Perfect Store. I don't hate my position. It's a fairly even endgame. Fairly dry endgame. But, I mean, I like playing dry endgames against players lower rated than me, because I feel like a lot of players lower rated than me don't study their endgames. Oh yeah, it's still completely doable to get 2K. Okay, that makes sense. The only reason I win games because I play unusual moves. The only reason you win games is because you play better chess than your opponent sometimes. That's how chess works. You don't accidentally win games. Nobody accidentally wins games. You win games sometimes because you play better than your opponent sometimes. Sometimes you play worse. That's chess. It is important not to give yourself more credit than you deserve, but also don't give yourself less. Just like excellent blundered opponent? Absolutely. I mean, that just doesn't work. It works. I'm an idiot. Fun blobfish fact. I'm dumb. Again, I don't know what's wrong with me, but my chest has been terrible for the past week. Okay. You think the exchange sack was better? I was considering it, but... Well, puzzles ratings are very inaccurate. I wouldn't trust them for anything. Rook h4. Bishop h6. Bishop takes g8, rook takes g8, bishop g3, bishop d2. That might have been better. Here takes, bishop g2, here. I mean, I played dumber. I will play dumber. I intend to play dumber. Oh, come on. Let me live my life. Let me live my life. Rook h4. I don't think rook h4 worked in that position specifically. The idea is good, but I don't think it was the right time. I mean, I'm only down, what, 2 pawns? But I've got the knight for the bishop, and all my pawns are on the color square I'd want them to be. It's very bad, don't get me wrong, but... I have one worse. Oh, that's a good move. It's a good move. What I missed? Oh, you missed me blundering my entire life. You missed me blundering literally everything. Bro, sacrificing the bloodline, literally. It's terrible, man. I'm playing really bad chess. I've been playing bad chess all week. I'm telling you, man. I'm sick. That's what it is. My entire family is sick, including me. My symptoms are just that I'm always tired. It's horrible. It's so annoying, because everything I want to do is harder. Rook f4 for white. Rook f4 would have been fine. It wouldn't have been amazing, but it would have been fine. This is also completely reasonable. And white's playing reasonably well. I wouldn't say he's playing amazing, but he's playing better than me. Low bar, but still. Ugh. I mean, I'm going to try to hold this the best I can. There's no way I do, but... It's not the easiest position of all time, in my defense. Again, his bishop is worse than it looks. It looks really strong, but in practice, it doesn't do that much to prevent my knight from jumping in and trying to nibble on all of his pawns. I mean, how do you defend that pawn? I guess you go rook g4, but then I go king f5. I guess it's fine for him, but... Night Void. I mean, honestly, I could take this and then take this and hope that the endgame is holding. It definitely isn't, but I could try. It's not the stupidest idea. I have two equally losing but equally difficult to win options. Let me decide between them. Give me a second. Here would be 2 pawn down rook endgame because I could take this immediately. The problem is he plays rook g7. And he starts munching on my toes. I take this. He takes that. I take this. And then he just pushes. Yeah. Thing is, it traps his king on the other side of the board, so I'm not sure he can push that pawn as easily as he thinks he can. I'm gonna go for it. It's all losing. It's all losing, but this seems like a slightly different shade of losing. I don't think it's holdable, but it's definitely difficult for him to win. For a few moves? Oh, everything's holdable for a few moves. Main 3 is holdable for a few moves. That's not the bar. The bar is a holdable long term, which this absolutely isn't, but it's not the easiest thing for him to win. Right? It's not that big of an issue, though. Again, he's just playing very accurately. He's giving me nothing. He's just playing annoyingly accurately. Letting me have absolutely no fun. Like the rook check inclusion, that's a very good inclusion. This is the sort of stuff that people usually don't do against me and they lose for it. Maybe I should have gone king d8. Then the check and it would cut my king off though. That's a problem. Oh, nice, I could go this way. Yeah, rook d7 was probably a better move. That way I could go rook king c8 afterwards. Protect the pawn at least. No, but then that's even worse because my king's cut off. So it's not worth cutting off my king. Looks somewhat even. He's 2 pawns up. That's too much. Actually, 3 here, but even if he gives me one, he's 2 pawns up, which in rook endgames, 2 pawns up is known to be winning. Again, it's not going to be easy for him. I'm not fine. I am losing. The problem here is he's got a minute on the clock. And so can he win this with a minute on the clock is, to me, the critical question. Not is this winning in general. It's absolutely winning in general. But a minute on the clock, again, it's not the easiest thing to ever play. Like, I take this. And then I take... Okay, now it's not winning. Now it's a draw. He messed up. He messed up. Now it's a draw. He's got nothing. I'm not accepting a draw here. No, sirree. Nah, no way. Ain't no way I'm accepting a draw in this position. He's got 30 seconds to hold this rook endgame. This is not easy. Why didn't he push? I have no idea. No clue whatsoever. At this point, don't care that much, though. I will take the dub. Because this looks like it's transposing to a Lucina. I'm telling you it wasn't. Actually, let me go here. Let's get checking distance. We'll go rook e7. I know how to win these. Check. Perfect. Oh, he made my job easier. Now watch this, fellas. Okay, well, first off, this is already just winning. GG's. I'm telling you that rook endgame was not even... I was losing. I was losing, my guy. 3 pawns. There's no way. Ain't no way. He just had to not... He just had to not let me take all of the pawns on the 4th rank there. Endgames are just trash. I disagree. You were saucing me up. You just had no time. Insouciant. What? It is losing. It's completely losing. It's +4. It's +5. It's +5, my guy. My guy, it's +5. I am losing. I am losing. Well, yeah, obviously here it was fine. This is what we were talking about. Oh, you're talking about here? Oh, here I still thought I was losing. Evidently I was wrong, but evidently here I hold. Yeah, I guess I was just scared. But I was thinking, I guess I don't have time. He doesn't have time is the problem. I was trying to calculate all this stuff. I was like, it's a lot of pawns. I was just scared about the sheer quantity of pawns I had to deal with here. Like even this, I guess this is holding, but it's just so hard. Rook b7 by mistake by me? Yeah. You play this first. You slow me down by a move. Now, I think I play rook c2 though. Oh, rook g3 and just hold everything. You just sit on me. There's nothing I can do. Because I gave you another passer. That's what it is. This is how you win. You sit on me. And now you play rook h7, and now you take all these pawns. No, it's tough. It is very tough. G5 was just trash, man. That was just bad. Straight garbaggio. Rook h e8 first, and then I just play everything else. I don't know why I allowed that. But okay. And then I gave you another... And then I gave you more material. I just gave you everything in a bag of chips. Low-key in this position... Low-key, I was expecting bishop takes f5. No, it doesn't work now. What was I expecting? Rook e1. Just this. And what do I do? I'm out of moves. I'm out of moves. Why is g5 bad? Because it concretely loses a pawn. Why is that a brilliant? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, here I lose a piece. That's kind of the point. Hello. Hello, Phil. I gave you like 1 billion pawns in the winning endgame. Yeah, that makes sense. So I should have gone for this idea earlier even. But then suddenly, I got my king active. And now rook e8 loses the game on the spot. And this is why I kept playing this. It's because I'm like, okay. He's gonna... Yeah, he's got 41 seconds on the clock. I've got 4 minutes. What's the worst that can happen? And now this is just standard Lucina stuff, right? Standard Lucina stuff. Yeah. Standard Lucina stuff. I play rook f4 and I win. Or if you move the rook off this square, I play rook f5. I play rook f5 and I win. We build a bridge. Just such a slow player. Normally that's my problem. Oh, look how the turntables, I guess, right? Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. Nuclear Modern War Nuclear MW. What does MW stand for in this context? See you, Bananonymous. Okay, Modern Warfare 2. I thought it was Modern Warfare 2. I started with that, but I'm like, where does the nuclear come from? Or nuclear. Not nuclear, nuclear. Nuclear. Oh, your name is Nuclear, but it was taken, so you did the Modern War. Gotcha. Gotcha. I'm tracking. What's your chess.com name? Mr. Clear. This is my Chromebook, so I got... Yeah. I'm tracking. Unfortunately, queue is closed, Phil, because it's already pretty late, and I've still got like 3 people to go through. Or 2 people, actually. No, 3. I was right. Sorry. Scrabble cat. It's pretty late, Phil. It's like 10:15. And I'm sick, so I probably shouldn't be staying up this late in general. But you can't stop me. Society can't stop me. I do like Vidic quite a lot. Your move. Cat of the Scrabble variety. Knight f3. Okay, knight f6. Let's see what you go for. Let's see what you want here. I'll let you commit. Okay. Here we go. What? Is that playable? Well, I guess we'll find out, right? Here. Sure thing, Kate. I'm playing e5 next move if he doesn't play something to stop me. I'm jettisoning a pawn. Take it, friend. Like, come on. You can't blame me for this, right? It's like that thing you do in the Carol Khan. It's like a whole thing. How do you defend this? And even if you do something like here, then I just take this one. And I haven't really sacrificed a pawn now, have I? I haven't really sacked a pawn. Definitely bishop e7. And if you take queen takes, I'm still threatening to take that, just with a different piece now. I've got another piece attacking e5. Standard. And this bishop looks kind of silly. Again, maybe it was best to go bishop f4, and after I take, go like h6 or... Sure. Not sure what the point was. Wow, homies. It's the internet. Since when does anyone care about grammar? Pawn? Pawn? I mean, right? Yeah, I disagree with Mr. Cat's chess. On a spiritual level, I disagree with it. On a spiritual level, I tell you. So I'll be taking that. I will then be taking that. And then I will be castling and asking you where your compensation is. Very politely. Politeness is of the utmost importance. Takes. Rook takes is not scary, right? I just play King H8. Yep. If this knight weren't here, then it would be scary. If this knight weren't here, then it would be very scary. Because then he could go rook takes, king h8, rook g8, king takes g8, bring the other rook, and it'd be mate, which is very funny. But the knight is on b1 still, which prevents any of those tactics from working. It's very close. It is very close. But, you know, horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Horseshoes and hand grenades. What? Nah. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, bad grammar doesn't kill. Just makes everyone else wish they were dead. Okay, no, it doesn't do that either. Shh. Ignore me. Ignore me. It's fine. She murdered 5 language arts teachers because of her grammar. Only 5? Rookie number. Oh, I got a plane here. Let me cook. You're not concerned? No. Why should I be concerned? What did I do? Should I be concerned about something? Well, you know, I mean, it is. I thought me speaking the truth was like a thing that we celebrated in the stream. That's what it felt like, at least. But suddenly, this isn't a safe space. Yeah, murder by words. It's not the same thing. Oh no, I should have played like knight here. That would have been better. Don't be. Everything's fine. It's all Gucci. Calling the cops? Don't bother. Running away is a good idea, though. While typing? Yeah, he's typing. He's got, you know, like, Dead. Oh, no, wait. What was it? Like House of the Dead, typing House of the Dead, where they got, like, the backpack? you know, and then they got like the typing keyboard out in front of him, so he's just running a. Okay. At least play the game before playing you. Nah, that's cringe. It should have been your first game of the day. Yeah, I'm glad it was. It's very good that it was. It's very good for your chess, for my chess, for everybody's chess. It's a thing, you know. People type while running. It's a sport. It's an Olympic sport. I shouldn't be here. My elo stuck at 900 forever. So, why is being here a problem in that case? I've dropped 100 elo in the past week. We all got things we're not proud of, son. And life is learning to live. Yeah, I'll allow the check. It's not that scary. He didn't even use the check. I'm almost insulted. Do your puzzles? Pretty good too. As far as tips go. Okay, where's the mate? There's gotta be one, right? Guess like here. Like a rematch now that I warm up, but that's pretty. Thank you. No, I can't because I've got 2 more people to play and it's already 11 p.m. It's already 11:07. Usually I try to stop streaming by 11, but I'm already kind of late tonight, so I don't have the time for a rematch. Normally I would, but like I can't. I can't. I just can't. You tomorrow when you stream? Well, I stream on Saturday, not tomorrow. Thank you, Nuclear, for the fall. I don't stream every day. I only stream 3 days a week. So Saturday. It's hard to play chess tired. Yeah, that's why I've lost 100 elo. It's because I'm sick and so I'm tired. You're doing fine, but then you blundered 2 pawns. And 2 pawns is a lot, man. Then he gave me a third. Oh, no, it was only, yeah. Yep. Again, this would have been so, like, if we imagine a universe where I played a6, you played knight c3, right? And then I go for this. It doesn't quite work. Because rook takes g7, king j8, rook g8 check, king takes g8, rook g1 is mate. How pretty is that? No, forget that. I'm showing out this tactic. This is what's important. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that mate. Look at that like mate idea that existed in the position. I know you can directly mate me in 1. I was just showing off an idea which existed. Okay, fine. We'll do it the other way around. Here and then a6 and then knight and then queen d4. My point is that I can't take it in this position because of rook takes g7 and then rook g8 and then this other rook comes with checkmate. The move order was just a way to get you to the point where I was trying to show off where how this only works right now because the knight's on c8. If we imagine a position where the knight wasn't on c8, and then we take rook takes g7 as forced mate, which is very pretty. I was just showing off pretty tactic I saw. Okay. It's Kate's turn. Kate, are you done with your game or should I play with homies first? Let's give me a Soma game. Okay, we'll play homies first. That's perfect. That's why I asked. I'm losing? Well then win. Why are you losing? That's cringe. Why lose? You're going to be so good at the dragon after all this, homies. Really, we're still playing this? Come on. You gotta know this position you play the Wing Gambit. Well, it's technically the deferred Wing Gambit, which is slightly different, but... Again, I'm a tempo slower to cast than I normally would be. Letting me hold on to the pawn right before I castle doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'm going to be honest with you. You really only should let me hold on to the pawn if you're getting something long-term in result and as a direct benefit. You know? I mean, I guess like A2, B2 are all weak. That's fine, but it's all fine. And ultimately, of course, it's up to you whether you want to play this or if you don't. But if you want to play the Wing Gambit, you have to play. You have to play speedily. Otherwise, you'll lose speedilier. Well, to be fair, I don't know my Wing Gambit theory that well. It's not an opening I'm the most familiar with. Sure. We'll go here first. Not fast as in time fast, fast as in tempi fast. The amount of time you spend on the move is irrelevant to what opening you play. You should be playing tempi fast. Hello, Lukacs. I'm not going to say it's too late, but it's a little bit late to start playing tempi fast. You know, 12 moves into the game, after we've already traded a few pieces and I've already made a central push. My intention was to take with knights. And my dark squared bishop's a little sad, but not that sad. How do I move this queen? Here looks the most logical, but giving him... I'm going to go this way. On second thought, I'm going this way to prevent knight b5 from coming with tempo. I don't want to give you knight b5 at all, but I haven't played a6 yet, so I have to... Okay. Now we do it the other way. Because the point is to prevent entry paths for the knight. The point isn't anything else. You're not that bad, Kate. It's fine. Dark squared bishop's a little sad. It'll take me a few tempi to get it to a better place, but we can do it. Rook d8, knight d7, knight c5. Knight would love to come to c5. Maybe knight d7, knight c5 immediately is the way of going. The knight would love to get to c5. It's such a nice square for it. The knight itself is pretty sad as well. So I'm up a pawn, but my pieces are a bit misplaced. So what we need to do is we need to make my pieces happier. You make my pieces happy. You make your pieces happy. Your pieces will make you happy. That's how it works. It's teamwork. And that knight wasn't happy. My bishop isn't happy either, but we'll work on him too. You go piece by piece. So my knight on c5 will be way happier than on f6. And then I'll play one of my rooks to d8, probably rook f. So rook fd8, and then my rooks will be way happier. My rook on a8 is already not too sad, but... And see, look, Homies is doing the same thing. Homies is doing the same thing. Which, good for him. That's what he should be doing. Should it be doing this? Maybe it was better to keep the knight on f6 to prevent knight d5. I don't think this is that big of a deal. Maybe it is. We'll find out. You gonna do a lot of puzzles after dinner? Go for it. It's a very annoying knight. At this point, I'm almost willing to sack in exchange for it. Doesn't have any productive checks, right? The almost is quickly fading. I'm quickly becoming willing to sacrifice in exchange to get rid of that knight. It's very annoying. It's very bothersome. Again, I played counter principally. The opposite colored bishops only are better for someone when one side is trying to attack. And that's something that didn't used to be relevant to this position, but now is. Because I let both pieces get more active. Neither can I, evidently. This is not good chess. Yeah, it's just the entire chess world is on a downturn. Except for, like, Magnus. Because Magnus feeds off the bad chess of his opposition. Because he's Magnus. And everyone else is not Magnus. Has to be this, right? Now, if he plays c4, I'm taking the knight immediately. Because the only reason I haven't taken the knight yet is because I don't want to take back with bishop. I feel like that just makes his position better than it needs to be. And that is the only reason. Yep, nope, now I'm taking. I can't. I'm already worse, but I can't afford to let that knight get any better. It's a thorn in my side. Now I'm still suffering, but it's a different kind of suffering. Takes knight 7 pawn, takes knight d4. It's a different kind of suffering. Now he's calculating with what to take back with. Okay, makes sense. Definitely worse, but we'll see how much worse, right? The funny part is I'm threatening to take the queen with check, and so he can't even go for this, which is what you would expect, because I can go knight takes queen check, which is very funny. So I don't have the least compensation for an exchange. Obviously, I'd rather have the exchange here than the knight, but it's a pretty good knight. Okay, take this anyway. Not a good position, but far from the worst I've ever played. We'll see. And he's got 2 minutes on the clock, which I think is the most important part. This is a non-easy position to play with 10 minutes, but with 2 minutes, it's even harder. That's an interesting move, though. Don't think I agree with it. Let's poke and prod. See what he's made of. Time is a piece. What does that mean? He wants to play some king move and give me another pawn. I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Fair play. Fair play. I can't judge. The clock's the 33rd piece. 33rd and 34th. I mean, I think I had a GM tell me recently that in classical, 30 minutes is half a pawn. And to be fair, in the game he was talking about, he was absolutely right. In that specific example, he was totally correct. He said in classical, he was talking about classical specifically. He said in classical chess, 30 minutes is worth half a pawn. I was like, it took me a moment. I spent some time thinking about it. And I was like, you know what? Kind of right. He's kind of right. Which I mean, I hope so. He's a GM, but like, still. King be looking kind of weak though. Give me that. What? Psh. I take these every time. This is excellent. What? Up a pawn, weak king. Why do you give the exchange back? Make me feel like here. Take the knight, bishop takes, and like rook takes on b5. Now I'm feeling scared, but no. What? Now we're talking. This is good. I am liking this. Why can't this happen more often? I am enjoying this. Okay. Let's bring the rook in. Is takes on f7 a problem? Yes, it is. Never mind. We're not bringing the rook in. I take it back. We are not bringing the rook in. What happens in the Legend League? I don't know. I'm not in the Legend League. I'm in like one league below. Check. King here. Come on. There's got to be something. Your champion? I think so. I don't remember the league names. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, let's give him enough rope to hang himself. He's got 20 seconds. He has to play this position. I'm just going to play h6. Excuse me? You can't do that. Can he do that? No way. No way. Nah. Nah, you can't do that. Nice try, buddy. Let's trade queens. Thank you. Have a nice night. I tried. You did try, and I respect it. Hey, I respect the attempt. You definitely had a winning position at some point. That's for sure. Yeah, this was bad. This whole idea was just inaccurate to begin with. Wow, there's a better way of going about this. B4 works? Wow, and I play rook takes after. And then I take on D2. Sheesh. And if knight takes? No, I can't play knight takes. It's pinned to the rook. Wow. Then it's actually way better for me. Sheesh. That's nice. Kind of like that, not gonna lie. So you have to play like queen e3. Then I play queen a7 and get off of all these diagonals. And I sack a pawn, but I was already up a pawn, so sacking a pawn in this position is not worse. Yeah, too many pieces for the queen. Interesting. Ah, it was, look at that, queen a7. Because now I'm attacking the bishop and this diagonal. I had the right idea. Wrong diagonal. Yeah, I'd say the opening was pretty weak, but then in the middle game, you took advantage of me playing a little bit lazily. Got your pieces on active squares. I was just barely the wrong queen move. It was here because now I'm attacking this bishop as well as threatening the checks. Because these checks that I'm threatening are actually very annoying. They are very annoying because I can take with check if you move the bishop anywhere. If you go somewhere like here, I go knight f3 check and it looks like you're getting mated. You're almost getting mated. You are very nearly getting mated. Yeah, just barely the wrong one. Giving me the exchange back was not good. There was no reason. Just rook d1. I was thinking you take here first and then you take there, but rook d1's better. There's no reason to give the exchange back in this position, and now you can play bishop takes f7 and it's even Steven. But it doesn't matter, I was looking at bishop, right? And then, but here you just don't have time. So you played well. Then f4 is just poor because think about it. I'm the only one with the dark squared bishops. You should not be opening the dark squares towards your king. One day. Fortunately, not today. Okay, Kate, that means you're next. Okay. Sure. Show the game, show the game. Go for it. I have Discord open. Okay, let me just... okay. Into chess.com we go. Okay. So you were playing black. Sure. Go into like YouTube comments and start replying to people, homies. No, Twitch chat, live chat's not the place. You're never going to be able to keep up with the sheer level of grammatical mistake present in this environment. So, bishop c4, e6, e5. It's creative. Queen c7. I mean, is d5 a move here? Legitimate question. Is d5 a move here? Like, e takes, I just play bishop takes. And I say, okay, thank you for developing my piece for me. That's my gut instinct. I don't even know if it's best. Queen c7 also looks really good, though, to be fair. Knight g7? Sure. Yeah, no, this is also good. Very principled. a6, okay. d5, sure. No, so far I really agree with the way you played this. Sure. Very rational, very... So what is the intention of this move? What does this move do? Are you trying to play c4? But even c4 helps him more than it helps you. What's the point? What's the point? Opening the bishop kind of... Yeah, but you open one bishop, but you close the other. And arguably, you close the more important bishop. I don't know. It looks pretty on first glance, but I'm not sure if it's productive. Like, I would rather it go to e7 than e5 at this point. Which might look dumb, but I feel like it has more of a future. Because then I feel like f5 is a better square for it. Again, it looks pretty, but I don't know how productive it is. Again, I would prefer... I mean, a computer wants a5, which, of course, a computer wants a5. I don't know why it wants a5. And then it wants, like, knight h4. I don't know what the computer's cooking, but it's cooking something. But I'm not that. But this looks more productive. You have a reason? Sure enough. Maybe, I don't know. Either way, e7 looks better, because I think I want to go to f5. Anyway, whatever. It can't be a bad move. g2, h6. Let the knight sit there. It's not doing anything. No need to waste a tempo, and maybe make it so he can take, and you have to take with f, and that's annoying, so why even think about it? Just play a rook move. h6, you could play whatever you want to, and the knight's not scary right now. It's not threatening to take anything. It's not preventing you from doing anything you want to do. Just play a rook move. Let it sit there. Rook ad. What's he going to do? Where's pieces going? You know, it's fine. h6 again can't be a bad move. Knight e4, queen c6. Don't think you should give him the bishop. Yeah, no, you definitely... Is there a reason? Oh no, obviously that blunders mate. What am I saying? I'm dumb. He played f3. 3's an ugly looking move. Does he have better? d4 looks most logical to me. And then maybe now you consider playing f3? Doesn't even look good here, though. I don't know. Difficult to find moves for white in this position. Computer's saying f4, but I'm not 100% sure what f4 is trying to do. Oh, it guards the checkmate. Okay, so you do give him the bishop. So you do give him the bishop, because after f4, knight d7, he can play knight takes now, and he's preventing the checkmate. So he's basically taking the bishop. And then like queen f2. And then he solves all of his positional problems. Okay, yeah. Okay, so okay, you overlooked f4. That makes sense. I wouldn't see f4 either. It's kind of annoying. So that's the only problem with queen c7, queen c6 is he has f4. Everything else is amazing for you. It is hard to see because it's so unnatural to open this diagonal when your pieces are completely undeveloped. It's so unnatural. It makes sense. Like, it works. And once you see it, you're like, oh, of course that's the move. But it's very unintuitive on first glance. But other than that, queen c6 is a fine move. But again, I don't think h6 is necessary right now. I think you can spend a move or two developing your pieces. He's not threatening anything. Maybe queen c6 now. I mean, the knight's not doing anything. Okay. Knight e5. Queen c6. He played f3. Now you play bishop e7. Yeah, just don't give him the bishop, of course. Bishop e3, knight h4. Okay, I feel like you have a plan, and I just don't know what it is. Trying to go f5? Then dumb question, why can't you go f5 immediately? If you want to play f5, why not do it now? Hey, what's up, Florida man? Knight f5? What? Oh, knight f5. But why not go f5? How are you? Sick, but otherwise fine. Didn't see a reason. Well, he has to play his knight back to e2, right? Because this is hideous, and you play knight h4. So he has to go back to e2, which prevents the development of this knight. And the computer's a psychopath who wants to play rook a f6. This is the computer talking. It wants rook f6, knight h4, rook g6, and to kill you, which is hilarious. But, like, completely barbaric. There's a computer going, hoorah, rook lift. This is the stuff like a 500 would come up with. Goodness gracious. The computer's claiming it's best. Ridiculous. So knight h4 to go to f5. Again, your rooks are kind of sad. I think you're neglecting your rooks a bit. Knight f5, sure. Knight g6. Okay, trying to collapse on the dark squares. I like it. Rook a d8. Okay, finally your rooks are getting happy. Queen c7. Just trying to provoke any some sort of dark square to anything. Ooh. Rook d7 to double. I like it. Knight e5. Okay, continuing to put pressure. h5 is pretty. Because now he has to play h4. He can't let you play h4. It's terrible. Letting you play h4 is terrible. Like, if you do something dumb like a3, then I play h4 and you're losing. h5 is pretty. And so the point is he has to play h4, and then after that, and then you go knight e5, but now it's just more weaknesses. Because he can't play like g4 anymore, or even really f4. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, you just want knight e5 directly, which again, can't be bad. This is very good. Knight e3, knight takes e3, bishop takes e3, and then f5, and then crunch. Crunch. Yeah, one bad move, and you just collapse on him. Hmm. And then crunch. No, no, no. No exchange. I want to checkmate him. I want to checkmate him. How do you stop me? You can either give up a full rook, or, actually more than that, or you can play king f1. And now it's more than an exchange. Because you can't move the queen, because then I might checkmate you. You can't go queen all the way back either, because then I still checkmate you. Crunch. Oh. Crunch. But I mean, I'm hardly going to complain about winning an exchange. And then getting e takes d3 on top of it. Yeah, no, I'm not complaining about this. This is very winning. Now, he does get bishop d6 at some point, which is kind of annoying. But, like, if he goes bishop d1 and then plays bishop d6 next move, it's a pretty stalwart defense. It's hard to break through here. Obviously, you're still winning, but, like, it's a little annoying. The bishops are kind of strong. But okay. He does not do that. He really should have. He really should have. Ooh, b4 is nice. And just rotating the other rook. Now getting them both off the same. You can't play this now because... Ooh, that's nice. And then just d2, and then you just queen. That's nice. That's very nice. And now you just play rook d7, just calm. King f7, king g8. Yeah, this looks very annoying to win. King h7? Wait, why king h7? Why not get your rook in? Ooh, king h7 is the first move I, like, patently don't like. Like, actively dislike. You're moving your king away from the action. You're spending 1 tempo to make your position worse. That's basically wasting 2 tempi. Push g6, play rook check, and then play king f7. And bring your king closer, and then play g6. This way. This is much better. This is much better. Then I don't care where he moves his king. It's none of my business. I play rook g3. I play rook g3. And then I play rook h3. I keep my rook here. My rook's just beautiful. It's a much more active. And then I play king f7. King f8. This king's more of a weakness than a strength. He can't get in with his rook because he can't move the bishop. Now, if you want, you can go king f7 here and push g6. You don't need to, but... Rook activity. You've made your king less active. Okay, g6. It's just not productive. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, and this one's anyway. Because the king's better. Right. That's nice. But now king g4 and you have no advantage left. You might be able to construct a fortress. Because how do you make progress here, right? Oh yeah, well that doesn't help either, but... It's a hard position to play for both sides, but you're not as winning as it looks anymore. Ooh, that's terrible. That's really bad. Yeah, and then he just loses. The game just ends. So a really solid opening phase by you. Really quite good. And then pretty strong outplay in the middle game. But because, and see, this is why winning efficiently is important. Yeah, that's fair. But because, I'm not going to say you played lazy, but like you said, you played Ooga Booga and went bishop g5 instead of finding a more accurate way to win. Thanks so much for the follow, Rusty Bin. Instead of finding a more accurate way to win, you went Ooga Booga, and because of that, you got an endgame, which was very difficult to win. It could have been more difficult. Again, he was merciful. He did not play bishop d6. Bishop d6, and it's agony to win this. It is miserable to win this. You're going to win this, but it's going to be miserable. But okay. Him trading was terrible. That was just not good. Just this way. And then you go like bishop e4, bishop d5 if you like. I just play a3. And I go bishop d6. How do you win? 2, 1, 1, lost 1. I think we take those. It's not that bad. Again, so you got into an endgame that would have been painful. And it still was painful, and he got some drawing chances. Because you played a little too slowly for your own good. Honestly, not that bad, though. And now we raid. Look at people's games. I was. No progress again, though? If you're learning from your games, then that's progress. If you're learning from your games, that's progress. Raid Miles? You know what? Miles plays chess? Sure. Sure. Come back next time we'll play and we'll see what we think. We'll raid Miles. Why not? Thank y'all for stopping by. I'll be back Saturday. Hopefully with more elo than I leave with. Hopefully I'll get better and I'll actually be able to play chess again. Have a great night.